Good morning, everyone. Give me a second here. Just getting the voice chat set up. All right, cool. Despite, okay, what, all right, never mind. Okay. What's up? Good morning, everybody. Microsoft puts today? Ooh. They have earnings? Dividend out? Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I could see it moving back down again. How's the SPY doing? Futures were up a little bit, but not notably so. It's a little risky. Stream card is fire. They issued revised guidance. But someone fucking send me a link. Oh, I'll just go to their website. Where? Where did they list revised guidance? Oh, Microsoft did. Okay. Well, that's, yeah, probably. I would say puts aren't a terrible idea if that's the case. Finally, I can stop watching Matt Kors. I feel like you could have done that hours or months ago. I don't know. I have two sets of options, and they're both currently in the money. So, I mean, we'll see what happens. You believe in dip or rip in the after hours? I mean, we got a little bit of both, right? The options on the chain, obviously. Was there a follow up to that or like an initial statement? Or TBT to win Supersonic mod show up at GameStop. I mean, for today, after hours. Oh, I don't know what the fuck's going to happen after hours. Most of our price action is probably going to happen during the day, given the shareholders meetings in a couple hours. Will you notify the stream of IV Crush if it hits a low today? I mean, I don't know how low it's going to drop today. What's interesting is it dropped about 8 points yesterday. So there was already a little bit of crush going into close yesterday. I have a dentist appointment during the shareholder meeting. If Jamie moons, can you call my mom? Sure. We scalping today? Not really. I have, so I have October 100s and 110s, and I have June 120 and 110 puts. I mean, I'm prepared for whatever happens, I guess. A little better prepared for the call side. What time is the shareholders meeting? It's 11 Eastern. Uh, yeah. I'm only seeing 5 strikes open. It's because it's weeklies. They probably haven't opened up this chain yet, fully. See, well, I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can eat mayo, I can move earnings, I can do anything you like. RC. Lovely quote. GN 119. That means that the price goes below the hedge, it's working against us. Yes. Well, here's what happens when the price goes below. It means that the market maker begins to sell off the delta for the long calls they were hedging. So they begin to sell off their positive delta. How does one check IV? I tried Googling it, but I couldn't find anything. I'm an idiot. You want to look up IV30. I believe Bar Chart has it for free. There's some paid services that also provide it. Were you surprised at the fact that we didn't immediately tank in after hours? I mean, we did, but then we went right back up, and then we came back down again. And it looked like they shorted it, exercised calls, and then sold the shares that they exercised. Like, if I had to make an analysis of the time and sales, that's very much what it looked like happened. And then we see a pretty significant chunk of shares being returned this morning after days of just nothing, right? Um, I think we saw IBKR hit like 100,000 shares at one point this morning. They've been also borrowed again, but they were there. Those GNDN numbers in the daily are way higher than the ones JFresh. Yeah, the different analysis. I don't have JFresh's update yet. So JFresh's is much more smoothed, I believe. And this is like Brave Vacations are a little more raw. Jimmy will never go below 110 again. Mark my words. I mean, we're pretty close right now. I don't like that we're opening under 120, frankly. And the other thing that's very strange this morning is our lack of reaction to active funds trading in the pre-market. The SPY had this massive rally and dip, um, which is just odd, right? Like GameStop really did not follow along with that at all. Usually we do very much. Well, it gets worse the further down we drop. Like under 130 wasn't good. Under 120 is even worse, right? Because the OI is even higher at that point. Ding ding. Ivy Crush not that terrible, honestly. Thought that would have been a little bit worse. Yeah. Almost no Ivy Crush on the Octobers at all. They are in the money though, so it's not. Where's their upside hedge again? We really need to move back above 130. We do technically still have some control of the options chain, but it's going to take some pressure, especially with all those puts in the money. I mean, it's possible that a little bit of you know that IV hasn't crushed out yet because we have the shareholders meeting today. So market makers may be, still pricing in slightly higher IV. Yes, they could. Usually the shareholders meeting and the earnings are like the same day. Do you find the SEC meme stock game show videos just a bit insulting to retail? I don't care. I mean, I just don't care what the SEC thinks of retail investors, frankly. I mean, what did you expect? Everyone thinks they're like an ally. They're not. It's not that's not their job. Their job is to maintain market structure and integrity above anything else. And not the moral kind of integrity. It puts on the spy. Mm, I mean, the Microsoft news can't be good. Microsoft really hasn't seen the same sell-off as everyone else. See what happens with it. Buy some weeklies, they're fucking cheap as hell. What sources do you check for news in the PM? It depends. As many as I can fit in, usually. Seeking Alpha is okay. Um, at least a lot of their content's written by real people, as opposed to just being like algorithmic scripts that are like, this stock is up because of X or that stock is down because of Y. Um, like the analysis tends to be a little deeper. Zacks can be okay. They're all biased in their own way. I mean, you can get valuable information from CNBC even, but it's, you do have to weigh it against positional interest. We have a full bull song, but why not a full bear song? We're gonna go under 100 again. We need a cult tune to get us hyped about jumping off a cliff. Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming the shareholder meeting, I believe. Yep. The meeting isn't until 10 Central, so 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. No, you know what? Bill Gates had earnings revised so he could fuck Elon, right? By dropping the spy, he gets to print his short position. Cap breaking 220, time to get in. Could be. I mean, I'm already in. I sold a bunch the other day, but I still have like, I think 10 calls left at 210. It's a little risky to buy in at these prices. Like there's still room for cats to move up to like 222, 230 even. But it's riskier to buy up this high. Like you really got to pay attention to the position. Make sure you give yourself some time so you don't get burned out by theta. How will you react if you hear the words reverse split? I'll shit my pants just on the spot. It'd be unbelievable. I can't describe how unlikely that is to happen, but its value in triggering a short squeeze is impressive. Do you know any of the music creators that would be interested in depressing GME lyrics to the sound of silence? I don't want depressing. I only want bullish music. Like everyone thinks I'm a big bear on GameStop, but I still have like fucking 5x shares, right? Like I want the stock to go up regardless of some fucking options position. Yeah, spy ouchie, but Microsoft doing fucking little bounce, annoying as shit. What? You've always been bullish, even when bearish. Yeah, I know, but people mistake that. Yes, David. 50 shares. It's a big move up from the 6 I used to have. The companies usually hold meetings during the middle of the day. Uh, shareholders meetings? Yeah. I mean, it's not unusual for them to happen during the day. I wouldn't say that the split is priced in. Ooh. Volatile. Right around the same time we saw that spike yesterday morning. Hmm. 180, 150,000 volume. Would you rather 2x your GME or 5x your Amazon position ahead of the splits? I mean, I have way more GameStop than I do Amazon. I struggle with 120. Volume's dying off on this, though. See if it picks up now that it's broken. Ooh. Interesting. It feels like a bull trap. It's fucking driving IV right back up again. Is today T+2 from the Philadelphia buy-in? Yes. Plus 2 million DRS must be nothing. Love Gherk. Plus 12 million? What? It's not plus 12 million since the last one. It's plus like 3 something, right? It's a WeBull. This is sustained a little bit. How many hours do we have to the AGM? We've got 1 hour till it opens. Interesting. I wonder how volatile this is gonna get. 2 more minutes till we can check the options flow. Spies tracking GameStop. I wonder how high ETF FTDs are today. ETF FTDs from today, I did want to note, are April 14th, which was a monthly options expiration. So we may have a little bit of FTDs. Which may be why we're seeing so much movement on XRT. Spiking IV to limit FOMO buy-in later. That's possible. Very curious to see if we break 126. This is by far the most important resistance in this range. Thoughts on new 1 second, 30-second candles? I'm not gonna watch those. Does someone know something before the meeting? Maybe an announcement coming. That's very possible. It could also be as simple as just buying back shares to return. So they have some shares in the borrow pool. Executive order. Please. Please ask GameStop during the Q&A. Where is Sanjit? Chain should be updated now. We're only gonna have the first minute of trading though. Let's see here. Some July 15 200s, mostly puts for June 17, some July puts and some June 3rd puts at 150, so some in the money. Volume's almost non-existent, as is the notional value. It's very, very small for the data we have so far. Dying off? No, not yet. Volume's pretty consistent. Lots of OTC volume, though. Seeing a little heavier volume here. Tested 126. I already looked at shift search. It only has data for 3 minutes right now. Yeah, I'm streaming the AGM. Multi de-risking his shares because these big ups and downs we've been getting feels like AMC mid 2021. They're trying to encourage profit taking, probably. But this doesn't look like they're trying to encourage profit taking. I mean, I'm sure they're happy with any profit taking that occurs. Why do you think it's a bull trap? Because puts are coming in? Like lots and lots of puts? Let's refresh now. Okay, now we have some in the money calls bought 105. Still put heavy. 120, 110, 120. A lot of this order flow looks like retail. Lots of weekly 120s, like 800. T plus buy-in from the Philadelphia and the AM. Shorted during the meeting. It's possible. There's two legs to that Philadelphia order, though. The puts I'm seeing look sold. They look bought like right around the mid, but the increasing OI is going up on them. So it looks like some of them are in the money or out of the money sold puts, which could be being used to leverage call options. These are being bought at the these are a lot of these are at the ask. I'm seeing June 3rd puts being sold off. But the farther dated ones don't look like they're being sold. They look like they're being bought. Or exercised. Interesting. Well, that would have been last night. Okay. You shouldn't trust Philadelphia. The whole basket's running with Jimmy. Okay. This BBBY is moving. So what's XRT doing? Yeah, moving up. Hmm. I wonder if Docu's heavily weighted in Russell 1000. Fidelity CTB, I believe it's 18% or 18.5. 18.25. Well, NYSE halts us for the duration of the meeting. It's possible. We'll see. There's 6K 100p for this Friday. Are those the puts you were just talking about? Those are some of them. Looks like 105s for this Friday are possibly being sold off, but that may be like retail's puts. Wall Street bets probably betting on the downside of earnings. They usually do. Especially given the short duration, because the big positional puts are all out on like 6/17 and July 15th. So I don't think it's institutional. Also, the notional value is really small, like a few $100,000. But yeah, all of their puts are farther dated. I'm seeing a not small number of Jan 23 200s sold. Hmm. So those are interesting. Sam, do you have a DM on those? Because those any so sold deep in the money puts are an indicator of a entropic hedge. So let me know what you mean by not small number. We got 12K to drop on the stock. Do you think this is a good entry? I mean, 122 is not a terrible price. It's not great though. I mean, this is kind of about our current average price. Like if we look at weighted VWAP from January, I would say it's probably fairly in this range. Let me take a look actually. So I haven't really looked at our weighted price over the last 2 quarters, but 1 second. I need coffee. Let's go from Jan 1st. Let's go from December 31st. Yeah, 127.50 is about our weighted average price. So I mean, you're at a little bit of a discount for this year. Thanks, OG Rules. Okay, so we got 220,000 premium on sell 200 put, and they're selling 123s. You know, that can very well just be like a margined short iron condor. Someone's betting the price between like 120 and 200. Just because the like the other leg, or it looks like the other leg of it, the sold 123 puts. How do you calculate entropy? That's complicated. I can send you some papers if you'd like. Thanks for everything you do, bro. How much do you think quad witching will have an effect on price action? Quad witching itself, not much. The days following quad witching, quite a bit. I know in previous times it hasn't had too much of an impact, but super stonks are always overhyping it. I mean, it did in March. Quad witching had a huge impact, right? Burton. It depends. There's a large number of puts expiring on quad witching for XRT. So we will likely see price action, you know, following into in the post March OPEX period, or sorry, June OPEX period. Goonbox, what do we got? Oh, thank you. Uh, I appreciate it. Okay, starting to look a little more sold 150s, bought 130s, sold 125s, so that's a little bearish. I think we saw some people bail here on their 130 strikes. Some 3K shares available at 108%. Yeah. They hit 100,000 available to borrow this morning, which is a lot recently, at least. There is very little real-time options data. The best you'll get is what your brokerage provides. What's the expected IV crush and downtrend until OPEX? What's the logic behind your call buying? Just to cover all possibilities today? Yeah. What about your fetish for the perfect entry point? Sometimes you buy a straddle. I mean, I already had October's from like last week, right? I bought them when we first started to move towards gamma neutral. I bought October 100 and 110s. I've bought some shorter dated puts since then, in order to hedge this big downside position that they've been building. The options flow still seems pretty retail heavy. Yeah, I agree. Shareholders meeting starting soon? No, it starts in an hour. Yeah, Nexus, if you DM me, I'll send you some over. Yes, I'm streaming the AGM. T plus 2 plus 3 minus 4 hours with a meeting. Is there a non-YouTube way to listen to the meeting today? Can I call in like yesterday? Yeah, if you have a control number, you can. Otherwise, no. Trying to plan it around my daughter's nap. I have no idea how long it's gonna be. Like somewhere between 5 and 30 minutes, probably. I mean, I would expect media FUD, MDub. Is now a good time to build a June OPEX position, or do you think waiting is the play for now? I mean, if you want some exposure, there's a little opportunity to get a bit here, but IV's still kind of elevated. It's crushed down from yesterday, but it's still up. I think some of this IV packed in anticipation of the meeting. I guess you'd be looking. July's aren't so bad right now, but the price is high. So you know, if you're buying out of the money, you're buying really far out of the money. If you know we have a potential floor at like 100. Because you know at 100 you can buy 120s for the price that 150s are now. The meeting starts in about an hour. GFAT. 57 minutes. You holding your puts through the meeting? Yeah. I shed the 110 on the move up because it was too far out of the money. But I still have my 120s. So I have 120s to the downside. I have 100s, 110s, and 130s to the upside. I only have 5 130s. I have 5 130s. I have 10 110 and 10 100. And then for puts, oh, I have 125s also. I have 5 125, 5 120, 6 120, because I have one here, right? Yeah. I have 6 120. Oh. Nope. Six X 120. There. Why did I buy those in? Those are 125, 130, 120. There. And it's 10, 5, 6. These are puts. Yeah, my calls are October. October and July. If holding a call that is deep in the money, who is motivated to buy that contract? Oh, market makers? Because they can exercise it immediately. They can exercise it immediately. They can use it to hedge. Remember, in the money calls count as collateral. I find that's how you sell PMCCs, right? If I buy some out of the money calls and puts to scalp IV on the earnings call, do you think I can trust my dentist to set my stop limits while he cleans my teeth. Probably not. I don't know. Maybe he has a finance background. I have a control number, but I have issues locating the phone number to make the initial connection. I believe it's a virtual meeting online. I don't think there's a phone, like a call in. What do you think the ending price will be today? I have no idea. All of today's price action is likely going to boil down to what is said at the shareholders meeting, right? There's a here's my biggest problem though, is that the long position to the upside is very short dated. It's mostly retail, lots of weeklies, but the longs currently retain control of the chain. So the hedge is positive. The short position is far dated, institutional, and notionally large. But they do not have control of the chain. Now, don't get me wrong. If they really wanted to push for it, they could take control of the chain. But if an institution comes in on the long side, that could fuck them. So it's a tricky position we're in. I think the shorts aren't being very proactive because the long side of the chain is weak. And they don't need to be. Like, they don't need to short right now. They can wait for something bad to be said. If something in the meeting isn't super bullish or can be spun negatively, and they can just let those longs sell out of their calls or bleed their calls out, and that'll drop the price for them, right? Because the market maker will hedge down, which will start putting all their puts in the money, which will cause further hedging to the downside. Although you do see them exercise a little bit of force when we're about to break out. We saw it yesterday morning. We saw it a little bit here today. They're not afraid to stop a breakout. Like, they want to keep their 130s profitable. I didn't, Sam. It's like about 100 of them. Oh, okay. Yeah, so OG sent me this as well, Sam. It kind of looks like a short condor. Like someone's selling the expectation of a narrow range move. Yeah, for those of you guys that asked about the papers on entropy, I'll send them. Ooh, you sent another DM. Okay, we're seeing. Oh, that's a lot more. Okay. So never mind. We're starting to see orders come in for significantly more of these $200 puts. Those are worth a lot though, right? Like the notional amount seems high, but I don't think the number of contracts is very significant. What's the ask on those? I mean, the ask on these is like 10,000, so that's only like 20 contracts. I mean, it's still a big position, but it could still be retail. Like, it's not big enough to say, oh, that's definitively one thing or the other. Has GameStop ever released news during a meeting? Serious question. I don't think so. Not since Cohen's been in charge. Do we get updated options data every 15 minutes? We get the flow every 15 minutes. So the flow is always 15 minutes behind. Right now, it looks like sold January 2023 puts are currently the largest notional value trade. And those are at $1.1 million now. Everything else still relatively small. Some in the money bought calls, but those could be also part of that larger hedge. Let's fucking go. Fuck yeah, Silence of the Dans. Yeah, I'm streaming the meeting. How's my Amazon? It's fine. It's still moving up. At this point, I'm just gonna wait for the split, right? You think they will try to get their $100 or even lower puts in the money by end of week? Or are they in no rush since they're later dates? I mean, there's an advantage, which we discussed on Saturday or Sunday. Sunday? No. When did we do the Monday? We did the meeting, the members stream. There's some advantage to them just letting these like short dated calls bleed out, because then they don't really have to short, right? Because the market maker will push the price down for them. So when those short dated calls bleed out, because they all basically expire on 6/3 and some on 6/10, but much fewer. You know, the market maker is going to start to sell off that positive hedge, which will bring the price down. And since they already have, you know, their puts for 6/17, then that can drive their puts into the money. Yeah, trading, I mean, I think they'll have like an outline of the meeting probably submitted to the SEC, and then the SEC will determine if that's going to create volatility or whatever in the market, and they'll halt based on that. Sometimes you'll see them halt during like an intraday meeting if they announce something that wasn't, you know, mentioned in advance. You don't really see that on big blue chips, right? Because they have large legal teams planning everything out for them. You think they will fail their obligations this month? So it appears they do not attack the price around earnings like usual. I mean, what do you mean by fail their obligations? You need to be more specific with that. Do I think they'll have an issue rolling over their puts on XRT? No. They'll hedge it, right? Watch them start the meeting with "There will be no news or forward guidance. There will be no Q&A. Thank you." Why would a retail investor buy deep in the money puts? It's not, they're not being bought, they're being sold. And the most common reason would be a short condor. Short condors start with a credit from sold in the money puts. Usually when we see them drop their entropy hedge, it also starts with sold in the money puts. But something to note about that is it's usually very, very large volume. Like it's usually tens of millions, not 1 million. When does the second quarter end? I believe it ends in July for GameStop. Even if they say bullish things at the meeting, they will try and push the price down near term, right? I mean, we may actually see them do something at that point. More active management of their position. Right now, I mean, we're up, but we're not up a lot, and we're just stagnating. That's why I said I don't think it's institutional. Oops, I lost my premium again. Right up 14 cents. Due to your streams or posts, have you ever been offered a job in equity or approach for it? Not really. I've gotten some emails from some institutions that were like interested in doing like media based like investing, but I've just ignored it. Most of the offers I get are for like bullshit crypto exchanges and stuff like that. The only problem with Iron Condor theory is that there are no legs on that date or other dates with that volume. There's call volume that could support it, possibly. I mean, it depends on how they're entering it, right? They can collect the credit first before entering the other legs. But I agree. How long have you been trading full time? What year did you really start? Like 2018 was like the first year that I was trading my own capital. Almost 4 years now, or just about four, maybe just over 4 years now. No. Yeah. Yep, 41 minutes to the meeting. We might also see retail bets sold off after the meeting. I think positionally that's what they're banking on, is that retail is going to sell out of their short dated calls, and that's going to drop the price for them. They don't need to short, right? And, you know, borrow cost is high, and they don't want to use the ETFs unless they have to. Split your coffee on the way in. Split your. Here's your bill back. You're not controlling this price well today, are you, Mr. Persian BlackRock 007? What's this about a secret meeting? There's no secret meeting. It's a it's a public meeting. I thought it started at 9 CDT, 10 Central Time, 11 Eastern. It should open in like 8 minutes. So in 8 minutes, I'm gonna try to get logged in for the stream. How can they suppress June OPEX? They can't suppress. They don't want to suppress OPEX, right? That it is in their best interest to cover, because if they don't cover, then they can't continue to use that method for shorting. So it's to their advantage to cover during the OPEX period when they're properly hedged against the rising price action. And added 18 years experience in the last 18 months. Can you run through possible scenarios? I want to be prepared for anything today. I think we could see an announcement out of GameStop, which could lead to bullish price action in the near term. Big announcement. This is the first one that I would say. Putting a large number of weekly calls in the money. This could catalyze out until T+2 next week, especially if a lot of calls are exercised or generates any institutional FOMO. This would be upside. Gamma maximum currently around 150-ish. So we can cross 150, but not a lot unless significantly more call volume comes in. This would be scenario 1. Scenario 2, which I think might be the most likely, is not a lot gets said, or what does get said gets, immediately spun by the media as a negative, and we trade kind of flat into the end of the week. And they wait for those call options to be sold off Friday. And bringing the price down into early next week, where their puts will start to move into the money due to the market makers sell off of the positive delta. 3, something bullish gets said, but they decide to slam the price, which would require ETF creation. So we would look for large ETF flow today, indicating sold shares of GameStop. And they push their options in the money by force. So these outcomes would have a lot of downside. I mean, we're still sitting over, between 120 and $80, about like $120 million worth of puts. Good time to close covered calls. I mean, IV's down a little bit right now. Yeah, they present some risk. If you're far out of the money, like if you're over gamma max, you're probably safe. Fidelity borrow rate up to 22. Cool. Dude, it's weird as we're seeing the borrow rates rising, but we're not really seeing a lot of shorting going on. Brandon said QT might be worth 2 to 3 rate hikes. More signaling they might pause hikes soon. Okay. I mean, I think what we saw in the SPY was a relief rally. I don't really think it was like a bull trap. I mean, on 520, we saw a massive chunk of puts sold off, and then it's just been kind of repositioning since then. But I think the SPY's been basically following our expectations this week. And last. Yeah, share recalls aren't announced. Share recalls are up to the lender. The lender may choose to recall their shares. I'm not fully bought into calls for OPEX. As always, I'm ignored. Like, bullish. What did you say? Is Tesla in a 10-minute bull flag? No, it looks like it peaked and is breaking down. It might find some support here on the EMA 60, 153. I'd watch this closely if you're long. You're gonna end up just getting weeklies by the 17th? No. I just don't have the same FOMO that you do. 2 more minutes and I gotta go try to log into the meeting. $4.3 million notional order, 917, 65p a few minutes ago for XRT. Okay. That could be some creation going on. These meetings can last anywhere from like 5 to 30 minutes. They're generally not super long. Um, and that the length of them generally depends on like the Q&A. I've sprung for June 10th and I feel immune to IV. I mean, not immune to it, but better. Yes, the ETF rebalance coincides with the OPEX. SPY ETFs or S&P ETFs begin their rebalancing on June 17th. That carries out for T plus 3 days. They also begin releasing their dividends. Their ex-dividend dates are through that period as well for many of the ETFs. The Russell rebalance will occur in July, I believe, beginning of July. What do you think of Jan 23950s or July 200s or 300s as a hedge from upside? I'm more weighted for heading down. I like them. July 300s are pretty enticing. January 950s are just like a safer way to play upside volatility. People keep confusing earnings and shareholder meeting with announcement events when they are just intended to be a dry reading of records. I mean, a shareholders meeting should have like announcements and stuff. The earnings shouldn't, for the most part. Sometimes they'll give some forward guidance and stuff. Stock market boy sounds like a reverse shill. Makes me want it more. All right, I got to try to log into the meeting now. Give me a second, guys. It's illegal to stream it? What are you talking about? There's like fucking 300 streams of the shareholder meeting last year. This is WeBull, GameStop's chart. There were 0 streams of the shareholders meeting last year. That is not true at all. I'll check the rules of conduct. Electronic recording and live streaming of the meeting is strictly prohibited. Ooh. All right. Well, it's the first thing. I guess I'll just tell you guys what happens. I have the link, but if you're not registered for it, you can't watch it. No, GameStop says you can't stream it. It's right here in the rules. I'll show you. I can show this. It's literally the first fucking rule. Electronic recording and live streaming of the meeting is strictly prohibited. Yeah, play by play, I guess. Okay, so how do I listen if I have a control number? You have to go to the website for the meeting. which I believe is oh, what the fuck is the name of the website? Hold on. It's cesonlineservices.com, and then it's like they should have, if you're registered, they should have sent you an email this morning. I mean, it is a recording. There's no people at the meeting physically. Hold on, I'm just looking through the rules of conduct here. Okay. So I guess I can give a play-by-play. Trying to look up the SEC's rulings on this. Make sure there's no, we just tested that resistance again. Quant cord. Did you play audio over Discord? No. Yeah, I think I'm good on the play-by-play. That seems like the best way to handle it. It's not illegal, but it's prohibited. It's not a line I really want to cross. If they didn't email you, it's because you didn't contact them and register. It's right in their rules of conduct. It says no recording or live streaming of this event. Or it says recording and live streaming of this event strictly prohibited. Then just use, if you registered, then use the email that you used to register to log in. The link for the stream is in the proxy statement. I think it's on like page 3. I already have calls. So go watch it there. I don't give a shit. What software are you using to look at GME? It's WeBull. PiFi, what week calls do you have? I don't have any weeklies. Oh, I have June 17, July 15, and October. I mean, yeah, everybody should be able to watch it if you registered for the fucking thing, right? Are you so confident in there being a ton of institutional puts? I mean, they're still there. What do you mean, am I confident in them? Do you not know how to go look at the options chain? Don't start the meeting without me. It starts in 13 minutes, Carl. Well, I didn't know that they were going to prohibit streaming of it. I'm sure if someone wants to find someone else streaming it, they can. No, I'm just a play-by-play. Look at how angry people are. Just listen to it somewhere else. I didn't read the paper, didn't register in time. I'm sure that was intentional on their part. Let's get it to #1 by end of day. No, we streamed last year's. It wasn't a problem. Dislike this video. Okay. Please. Maybe write on the stream that you're not live streaming. If you had June 17 120p, I do. Would you hold them through an upside move? I haven't sold them. I can tell you what's going on at the meeting, but I can't stream the meeting directly. Morantz just said he had intended to stream your stream. He didn't register for the meeting. Get fucked, nerd. I can do commentary, but I can't stream the audio. I can't stream the stream. It's not happening. Is this a bull trap, please? It could be. I mean, it's moving up on 0 actual news, right? So you could call it positioning. Don't give in to the man, gherkin. Do it anyway. Who gives a fuck what billionaires think? Lady VWAP will rain vengeance down upon those who would stifle our financial conquests. Ah, nope. Nice try, though. Paper handed some 125C weeklies. Here's my tribute. Thanks, halitosis. Isn't it probably just moving up from degens YOLOing in before the meeting? Probably. I'm sure there's institutional buy-ins before the meeting too, not just degens, but Sorry we're all being painful today. That's fine. Thanks, Bithead. Could this be increased hedging due to higher risk? Possibly. IV's going up a little bit. It's not lawful good. It's just I'm not going to take a fine so I can make 50 cents of fucking ad revenue off you people. How about now? What do you mean, you people? It's pretty specific. The people watching. They don't take your shares away if they catch you. Okay, so go watch it there, Rude Stamp. I don't know what you want. I don't care who streams it. If other people want to stream it, good on them. Yeah, I think I'm going to cut it down to the members only chat for a little bit. Are you trying to use reverse psychology? No, seriously. Like, if you found someone else streaming it, go fucking watch it there. I don't give a fuck. Just take a picture of Matt Kors to your face. You guys think that you're gonna like peer pressure me into fucking streaming it? It's ridiculous. What are you, children? For the fine? Thanks, Mogans. Yes. Okay, if he's streaming it, that's fine. Go watch it. I don't give a shit. All right. I gotta start listening in. Thanks for attempting to teach smooth brains like me to become financially independent. I'm trying to absorb some of your knowledge, but damn, dude, you're smart. Thanks, Archer. I appreciate it. You'll get it eventually. It just takes time. These pores are too much. Disliked, not enough AMC content. Fuck you, Plenter. So bring up both. It's, do you guys not have tabs on your browsers? For those who are telling Girk to stream the meeting, as he would say, you're welcome to fuck off. Yeah. Please. What's great is it's like all these like fucking super stonk people that only come in here when something's happening. Whiny hate watchers. Members only chat. Fuck the pores. Congratulations on being gay, Tyler. Boom. Yeah, I'm streaming the shareholders meeting. I'm not going to show it either. And it's starting, so I'm going to ignore you all now. So I can focus on the meeting. So he's just saying thank you and talking about the NFT marketplace and digital wallet releases, showing their move to technology-based company. A lot of the same shit he said yesterday. We never take your enthusiasm or investment for granted. Introducing fellow directors. Larry Chang, Ryan Cohen, Jim, Yangshu. Accountants are present too. And general counsel. They're discussing the rules of conduct. Number of common shares of common stock available to vote at the meeting. Votes open until the close of voting. For those in attendance. Members, everyone gets audio. I'm going to ask about the ETFs. First item on the agenda is the increase of shares to 1 billion shares. Slagathor, thanks. Thank you guys for becoming members, those that did. Polls are now open for voting. No mention of any dilution. They're just voting on they have a live vote currently. Polls are just opening now to vote on it's the same agenda that you guys already voted on through your brokerages. They're going to answer some questions. They're going to focus on questions about their focus on technology. Top priority is growing into a tech-centric company. Our initiatives are reinforcing our direction. They're seeking to diversify revenue streams and expand product catalog. It doesn't sound like they're going to answer my ETF question. Blockchain gaming, cryptocurrencies, NFTs. They're going to answer some questions related to the stores. Future store design and how many stores in the futures. They expect to maintain a retail presence for the long term. So they fully intend to maintain their retail presence for the near and long term. Now they're discussing the pre-owned business. I'm not asking about a BBBY takeover. Ooh, they're expanding their catalog of items that they're taking in on trade to mobile phones, smartwatches, and tablets. Pushing it as a narrative for the reduction in electronic waste. It's good. I think we've talked about that. Some blockchain questions that he's going to touch on. Positive initial reaction to the GameStop wallet. They're excited to be at the forefront of this new branch of gaming technology, as the company has not appropriately addressed advances in technology in the past, and so they are rectifying that. They plan to launch the marketplace product in the second quarter. Discussing the share split, size of the dividend, and so on. The board has not yet made any final decisions on a stock split. The board is going to we appreciate. Okay, no intention to allow IRA or 401k registered shares. They are going to assess market conditions. So they're going to update the corporate charter to 1 billion shares based on the vote. And then they are going to assess and analyze market conditions and make a determination for a split in the future if it is in the company's best interests. They said while they do appreciate investors registering and finding all these ways to invest in the company, they do not have any intention to allow 401k or IRA shares to be registered. And currently no announcement for a split. I told you guys to expect that yesterday. The market conditions currently don't support it. Now they're discussing the vote now. Item 4 approved. All measures approved. Sorry, I was talking through the other part, but item 5 also approved. Meeting's over. Motion to adjourn. That's the end. Sounds like as expected. Yeah. All right, now I can unlock the chat again. It's people will have calmed down. To clarify, they didn't say they didn't have any intention to allow DRS from IRA accounts. They said computer share isn't an IRA custodian. Yeah. I mean, they're not switching from computer share, right? All right. Cool. Sorry. So the chat's unlocked now. Sorry, I was just getting nuts in here. So we can't DRS our options yet. Release the pores. Not nearly as exciting as I expected it to be. I was kind of hoping for maybe some analysis of the impact of the NFT marketplace. I mean, they must have done it, right? But why not bring that forward to the shareholders? You know? GameStop made decisions that were the best of their company, not best for Super Stonk. Shocked Pikachu face. I mean, I'm not surprised. Is it weird there's no rug pull on price yet? I mean, I asked if they had any intention to address the issues with ETF liquidity being provided to short the stock through ETFs such as XRT, and they didn't seem to want to answer any questions not regarding the orders of business for the day. So I said yet. I said no rug pull yet. I'm gonna hold on to my October calls, but I'm just gonna take profits on that. There may be an ongoing investigation. That's fair. I understand they wouldn't be able to comment on that if that were the case. I'd still asked, right? Now Ivy crushes hard. Harder, yeah. It's already, I mean, it crushed this morning, but it'll crush harder now that the anticipation of the meeting is gone. So I jumped through 3 different streams on my phone that got killed for streaming the meeting while watching you on my TV. You made the right call. I thought so. Rug pull incoming. Hedgies were listening to a delayed stream. I don't know. We have 126.70, right? That's still maybe a little support, but probably not much. It's like fiscal quarter 2. I think it extends out till July for GameStop's fiscal quarter 2 ends in July, I believe. I can't remember exactly, but I think it ends in July. Should have asked about computer share account fees. I could only ask one question. And they didn't really, they just addressed like 4 questions and they didn't address any question directly. So no split in the foreseeable future. I mean, that's kind of what we expected, right? I really didn't expect them to split the stock at $126. The price is too low. They said they will meet on and discuss a split after the update to the corporate charter takes effect. They are de-hedging the calls you sold. I didn't sell any calls yet. GameStop fiscal quarters are 1 month later than normal. May through July. Yeah, that's what I thought. Do they openly say there were more votes than shares at the meeting? I didn't hear that part. I'm not sure. I was trying to discuss the votes with you guys. I don't know if they said that. I didn't hear it if they did. Give you a shout out to my grandma. It's her Jubilee today. She's a big fan. Keep on keeping on, Queen Elizabeth. So this scenario too, flat rest of the week until weeklies get sold and MMD hedge driving puts in the money. It's possible, or weeklies get sold today. SEC stopped the split dividend? No. They're just making the statement that a quorum was possible. That's what I thought. No, I didn't hear any statement that said more votes than outstanding shares. Yeah, more than a majority. That's not more than outstanding shares. That just means there's enough to establish a quorum. I'm a year-long member, not 7 months. I was hyped. I know, it says you're at 11 months, Johnny A. I was hyped for the meeting, but now kind of disappointed. You were right, though, not to expect full bull in the meeting. Yeah, I mean, this is not an advantageous time to split the stock. They listed the total amount of outstanding shares at 74 million and change, and then said more than those number of shares are represented here today, so we have a quorum. They listed the total. Oh, okay. Wait, what? Those don't seem like they would be in the same sentence. Support line's holding strong. It's a good support. 126.70 is usually very strong. This is also kind of our average price for the last like 2 quarters. No problem. Jesus Christ, they said more than a majority. They said majority, not more than. I don't want to argue this. I didn't even hear the whole sentence because I was trying to talk to you guys. Not you, gherkin. SS, some people are saying that there were more votes than outstanding shares. I did not hear that sentence. Yeah, more than a majority is not more shares than outstanding. That means more than 50% or 51%. Quorum is 60%. Whatever. Enough votes for full bull chorus. So 115 weekly is gonna print? Not necessarily. Why weeklies? If their puts are dated for 617, why would you buy anything short of that? Apes hear what they want, generally. Will you post a recap of this? I can't listen in. I just 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 rewatch it later. I mean, the VOD will be up. Well, it sounds like everyone heard different things, so just complete lack of forward guidance. Everyone still will worship the ground they walk on. It must be nice to be in that position. No forward guidance. Shocker. Why ask for 1 billion shares? So that they can increase their corporate charter because they're currently capped at 300 million. I would imagine if they intend to become a tech company and experience growth in the future, they'll want that available share pool in order to split the stock, release share offerings. Sounds to me like they were A/B testing the annual call. I heard that DFE was buying BBY to sell to BBBY on that call. Yeah, it's more than a majority. That does not mean more than outstanding. Had the same debate last year. Yeah, I remember. I think it's suspicious they didn't address RC moving the earnings date. What was the whole computer share thing? They said that they support investors I didn't say they supported. They said they're glad that investors are finding multiple avenues in which to invest in the company. But computer share is not a I'm forgetting the word for it. They're not an IRA custodian. So they have no intention to allow the registration of IRA or 401k accounts currently. Yeah, they're not an IRA custodian. Which this is something we discussed months ago. I think it's interesting that they're kind of leaning on the retail aspect now that there's like an economic crunch coming up. They seem more bullish on their retail establishments than they had in the past. I think that might be like a bit of a kind of turnaround, right? Like as I understood it, the idea was to close out retail locations um over time. And it seems like they're leaning a little more heavily on that now. I agree with your sentiment. I'm tired of no forward guidance. Yeah. Why not release another 10 million shares quietly over the next week? It would give them 1.2 billion in cash. I mean, yeah, they could. They have to make an announcement. Like they don't currently have an outstanding share offer, so they still would have to announce their intention to offer shares. They can't just sell them and then tell us about it later. The split was not announced, which I told everybody for weeks and weeks and weeks. Why it is not advantageous to do a stock split now. The stock's kind of cheap right now, right? I mean, when they first made the announcement, they were like, due to the current price of our stock, which is a fucking 180 at the time, um, we're considering a stock split, but that doesn't mean they have to do a stock split. So what are you seeing now that the meeting ended 15 minutes ago? Let's see. Hold on, I gotta refresh it. Yeah, I just feel like at market community because it's more up to date. They're waiting for OPEX. I mean, that's what I'd wait for. All right, let me take a look at the options here. So yeah, for the meeting, positive net delta picked up a little bit, but it's falling off now. Leveled off just a few minutes ago, but overall, so our volume today 94.7% options delta. The bearish and bullish pressure is about 50-50 though. Currently only negative 53,000. 711,000 sold calls, 665,000 bought calls. Sold puts and bought puts are almost identical. So yeah, not too much going on there, but our relative delta is currently negative, or net delta. Are you a little disappointed? No, I mean, nothing. Okay, sure, like a little bit. I was expecting a more fleshed out Q&A session, given that it's been a year and nothing's been discussed. So that would have been nice if they'd addressed some more questions. Not necessarily mine. I don't give a shit about that. But just more, if they talked more about things pertinent to long-term investors. Maybe a discussion of the effects they see in the NFT marketplace besides we're glad to be at the forefront of it, which, they have competition. So what are your estimates? Do you think you'll beat the competition? Do you think that you have an advantage in the earnings or the potential revenue stream that this is going to generate? And really no discussion there at all, which is a little disappointing. But at the same time, I don't expect much out of them right now. What do you mean protecting their investors from what? I asked if they had any intention of addressing the liquidity issues presented by ETFs that contain GameStop. I probably also should have asked about what computer share fees cost, but I didn't. What does that mean? The cycles will continue as usual? Yeah. I mean, that part's exciting. I mean, they'll never have a grasp on potential regulatory intervention, though. That's the problem with all crypto. Don't forget, Cohen kind of snuck a message to us about no forward guidance through his BBBY, his letter to BBBY. I agree. Yeah, I know. I know he's not big on forward guidance, but at the same time, that's a lot of trust being put in your hands without giving any forward guidance, right? No words of encouragement beyond, we're just doing the things we said we were doing, and they'll be done when we're done with them. You know. They're gonna trade sideways and bleed everyone out. I mean, as long as you bought yourself enough time, that shouldn't be an issue. I bet Matt had a grin on his face when he saw your question. I don't know. The first thing they said was there's a lot of questions that are not pertinent to what's being addressed in this meeting. Tesla ripping on news of mandatory in-person office attendance? Bullshit. Sounds like bullshit. Sounds like time for me to sell some more covered calls on Tesla. But they absolutely should have provided guidance on the retail and e-commerce redirect. That isn't a new asset class. So they definitely could and should have spoke to changes in the last 12 months. I agree. I mean, we know of some of them, right? They discussed that they were, wrapping up their turnaround period in the earnings meeting yesterday. I know that their order fulfillment centers are now quote unquote online. Refurbished phones, iPads, and smartwatches. Yeah, I would have liked to have heard a little bit more on that, but I do agree that them expanding the amount of product range is bullish. I think that's moving forward going to be a very important part of GameStop's retail business. Shareholder meeting was a total rip-off nothing burger. How dare they not play into the financial machinations of rando apes on Reddit? I want a refund for the call, this stream, and this Ko-Fi. I mean, they do. They say things like we support our shareholders and their enthusiasm excites us too and shit like that, but like nothing concrete about discussing about the massive retail interest in the stock. Yeah, no announcement of a share offering, so that is a bonus. Revenue was up. You sort of nailed everything, my man. I kind of wish I didn't nail it all though. My expectations were meager, and that was the result. It would have been nice to get a little surprise. No stock split equals more cycles. Yes. I'm glad I sold everything at meeting close so I can get shares with a really low average. Oh boy. Did they say anything about refurbishing the phones, tablets? No, they did not. They addressed its positive effect on e-waste, and said that they addressed specifically electronics and that they had begun taking phones, tablets, and smartwatches. What I want to see, and I discussed this with you guys before, is I want to see them taking in PC components. But we talked about that already. Why are we all sad? I'm not sad. We know the plan. They shed the puts by the next 2 weeks. Then we buy calls for the next run. I mean, yeah, I'm still going to make money, but I still want the company to grow. You know, not everyone can play options. Not everyone has access to that. And for those people, you know, and that's probably the majority of retail invested in GameStop. They're not either they're not educated on options, they don't have time, you know, or they simply don't have the capital to mess with these cycles. And for them, what matters is growth. And that's not really being addressed in the way, or in the excitingly positive way it could be. I don't think they need to offer shares right now. No split. They will, first of all, the change to the corporate charter has to take effect. We've been talking about this for weeks. Um, Everything voted on, everything mentioned, did not say we are splitting the stock. They are increasing the amount of allowable shares in order to split the stock in the future. This does not mean they're going to split it right now. You know, they specifically said in the meeting they have no intention to split right now. They're going to meet on it in a few days after the corporate charter is updated and discuss when and if there will be a best time to do that. But now is not it. We talked about this a bunch. You know, I said that there was a very strong possibility they choose not to split the stock. They chose not to. For people without access to options, would you recommend swing trading shares? I mean, that opens you up to risk. So I don't recommend people with you know, a lack of trading capability do that, because you know, it requires skill and a skill set which takes time to learn. Otherwise, you'll just end up with a higher cost basis and a bunch of wash sales. So, you know, if it's something you're comfortable doing and you're experienced, then it offers potential, but it's still risky. Anytime you choose to do something like that, you're taking on additional risk. I would say people are going to do whatever is best for them as individuals. This is great for cycles. Yeah, no split is announced, but they can at every point in time split it. Exactly. So the threat of the split is always on the table. Everyone here acting like my kids on Christmas morning. Not mad, just disappointed. That's because you lost all their money on options. You got them shitty toys, right? It's okay. We've all been that kid. Played weeklies this morning to perfection. Thanks for the thoughts on how the meeting will play out. Help me bail out with 300% profit. Nice, dude. Borrow rate back to 1? No. Is it? That can't be accurate. It wouldn't wind down that quickly. Any comments you can make about BBBY and the down push? BBBY is currently trading under a massive blanket of puts that expire in June and July. Someone has institutional interest there. We're seeing large block orders come through that represent a big chunk of the volume traded over the last few weeks. Lots of call interest. I would say interest in BBBY, mostly institutional, but it's picking up. I do expect it to push up with OPEX. And that, you know, if it breaks through that that put wall, then it could really run. The options chain absolutely supports a strong run on BBBY, and it's far dated too. For real though, there's no way we trade sideways today, tomorrow, is there? Oh, there's definitely a possibility of that. It depends. If retail starts selling off those 6-3 calls today, especially if the price drops back below 120, where a bunch of them are placed, I could see the price starting to fall more rapidly. If the price remains here between this resistance and 120, then we could trade sideways into the end of the week. It's funny how 2,000 people left as soon as the call was over. I mean, that's fine, whatever. Fidelity's still showing 22%. Okay, yeah. We don't expect the borrow rate to drop drastically until OPEX. What about the SPY funky action? Let's see. Also a little choppy, right? Probably trading between these two resistances at 407 and 412. I mean, any economic data today? Like anything big? I don't think so. This week kind of just a little dry, and liquidity looks low market wide. Let's see. Today we have employment change, which I don't know if that beat estimates or not. The forecast was 205,000. Tomorrow there's the unemployment rate, and non-farm payrolls. It's nothing super significant though. The Fed's, you know, alternating, doing their thing, alternating between being hawkish and dovish. Dovish. Yeah, I'm not sad about that. I just, you know, man, who doesn't want it to do big rips, right? When's OPEX? June 17th, T+2. So we have a holiday the following week. So it's going to be the 21st through 24th of June. Would you wait on picking up BBBY calls today? I mean, BBBY calls are cheap as fuck right now. ADP numbers were bad. Thanks, Junkman. With the massive downside gamma ramp, I personally still expect downside. Yeah, I do too. I don't think they're gonna let those puts expire worthless. They're gonna want those to go in the money. Why would you have been bullish for a split possible recall? I mean, it increases long-term shareholder value too. But yeah, more price action. What about Tesla? It's doing big ups. Yeah. Also covered calls at the top. Don't worry, Carl. They have a new trick in their bag. Let GME trade sideways through two major dates. No big ups, no big downs. They're going to try to bore us to death now. I mean, we just had big ups last week. But when they drop the price, I mean, remember that they want to drop IV too. So it very well could be they're choosing to drop volatility before price. Low volume, flat trading is going to drop implied volatility. And they still want to get it back in that target range, sub 100, right? We already know this. This is when they reposition. So, you know, if that's what they're pushing for. Time for CCs? It could be, yeah. Still a little risky. I mean, you're going to sell them for the 10th. 0.2 delta. So you're looking at like 150s, 275. Really 150, 250, 240. It's not the worst. Accurate to think that it wouldn't take that much downward pressure on GME to get the 1 DTE puts in the money. I mean, there aren't a lot of 1 DTE puts, though. Most of their put position is farther dated. Like, they didn't want to get crushed by IV when they were building that position. And they were building that position in like the 130, 140% IV range. So that's probably why they were purchased further out. A little defense with the possibility of a split. Not really, because they know they're not going to split it at these prices. You think we can go back underground 90, 80 before a rip to 200? I think it's possible, yeah. I mean, that's where the options chain is. That's all I have, right? Like, I have the data. The data points to a slide to the downside over the next couple weeks until OPEX. So does historical price action. But again, that's not a measure of future price action. If one wanted to optimize, looks like we would park right here all day into tomorrow. Maybe. I'm just going to walk away today. For sure, windmill. You want to optimize exposure to June OPEX for BBBY. What dated calls would one buy if limited on funds? Probably. I mean, I've targeted August to capture that movement. JCar. Booty loops, beef holes. Those who know, gang. Thanks, Average Monk. I appreciate it, man. Why are we... You keep saying that, Henny. We all know about OPEX. No one's sad about OPEX. Can I have some wrist action? There you go, Carl. Split or use when a stock is overvalued, technically. According to MSM, we're overvalued. So why not split at this price? They don't feel that we are. Again, if like I told you guys, if I were gonna split in a way that would fuck over extended positions the most, I would wait until the price was higher. It's better to split at 200 than it is to split at 128. Until I saw it written yesterday, I thought the song said I can be violent outside. No, it's violent upside. I'm not going to show you my weenus. Serious question. If what we have seen the last 3 months, lows of 70, highs of 150, with no guidance, nothing changes at all, how long does retail keep fooling themselves, do you think? I don't know. And they'll either decide to make money off of it or become bored. What Tesla EMAs or prices am I supposed to ping you at? Trend change? Looks like it rejected at 791. I'd be cautious of this too. 774 is a big, like a very important resistance. Also 793 is another really important one to the upside. You missed my super chat. I'm sorry, Gent. I missed the meeting. Anything interesting before I go on Superstonk and get Hopium? Not really, Gent. You know, a lot of the same things said in the earnings meeting yesterday. The vote was approved, so they'll be updating the corporate charter. They're not splitting the stock currently, but they will, after the corporate charter is updated, meet to discuss the potential to split the stock when market conditions are favorable. There is no intention to allow the direct registration of shares because computer share is not an IRA custodian. So for IRAs and 401ks, I think that was about it. A little bit of discussion about maintaining their retail presence, which I was actually a little surprised by. A little more interest in expanding the range of products taken in on trade, which is good. I think that's a facet of the business people ignore. They seem overall positive about the NFT marketplace and blockchain technology. Remember, most don't understand market cap, etc. It might drive retail FOMO into the stock, but that doesn't drive long-term shareholder interest, Diamond Dick. Where can I find an explanation of subscriptions and what they entail? Is there a specific video or link? I think there's like a video, but basically it's simple. Cornishon gives you like emojis in chat, and you can participate in the members chat when I turn it on, which has been twice in a year and a half. Long Johnson gives you access to the members only stream, and then Dillionaire gives you access to the private Discord, which is more about trading and other stocks than it is necessarily about GameStop. So if you're going there to get GameStop information, I don't keep any information on GameStop behind a paywall. I would suggest reading my DDs and following the daily DD. Where do you see large put positions on GME? MaxPan every week has more calls than puts for months. Large put positions 617 and July 15th. It's literally just play options and make money, swing trade, or DRS and hope that works. MOASS is not probable, frankly. Good to just hold and watch volatility for the long term. Manual breathing. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. And thank you guys that became Dillionaires during the earnings call. I know I missed
Happy birthday,
a lot of them. Hit me up on the Discord.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't.
Jesus. Fuck. Ow. Sorry. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Pigeon well if you want to lord it above everyone and support the stream. How is this run up sustained? What run up? There's no push to the downside. Goodbye. I'll never be able to hear this stream again. 617 has a 0.6 put call ratio. How is that bearish? What? That's 103k call OI and 65k put OI. You're just looking at one expiration. The put position's spread out over multiple expirations, Moon. Also, largely an XRT. But our 30-day skew is bearish, our 60-day skew is bearish, and our 90-day skew is bearish. And you're looking at just the volume, but you're not looking at the net delta, which I don't really understand why you're doing that. No need to push. The weeklies will be sold off right into the gamma slide. But each weekly expiration I check has more call OI than put OI. They're weeklies. The OI doesn't matter if it's all fucking way out of the money, Moon. Intermittent skew is bullish. No problem, man. You said BBY options are cheap, but IV is at the 88th percentile, 52 weeks time. They're still cheap relative to their delta. They do not have a lot of intrinsic value. I think August options are cheaper now than they've been all year. I mean, partially because of theta decay, but also because the price is so low. The IV on BBBY has been relatively high for quite some time. It's part of the same basket of stocks that GameStop is in, all of which have very high IV. 21st through 24th. Is 170 CC for June 17th. Get a seal of approval. I'm not selling them. I wouldn't sell anything into the OPEX expiration. It's risky. How high do you see BBY IV going during an OPEX run? What did it spike to in March? Give me a second. I think it moved up. Skewed. So the March run, it hit 159. Right now, IV30 at 134. So I expect the IV30 to drop over the next couple weeks. Maybe back into that like 120, possibly the 90, like sub 100 range. It was sub 100 on May 4th also. But yeah, I would expect Ivy to inch down a little bit over the next couple weeks. But yeah, as high as like the 150s, 160s. It hit 160 on March 8th, March 28th, and also on May 11th. So BBY has a ton of ETF FTDs. The ones on the stock itself are okay, but they are picking up, which is interesting. I expect Cohen to buy more BBBY at some point. I don't think they're executing the plan he intends quickly enough. And to address Moonwin, put call ratio on GameStop is climbing. Current 30-day PC is 0.64. Remember, higher than 1. But lots of out of the money calls. So relative to Delta, like Delta neutral is at like 100 right now. So we're already above Delta neutral. Does this indicate a lower low for June OPEX than May's? That's possible. Yeah. Not necessarily going to happen, but they're targeting a very low price with their hedge. What happened at the meeting? Not fucking much. Is rolling CCs not a viable strategy during increased vol? Just rewind it and watch it. During increased volatility for GME. Rolling them during increased volatility? I mean, your other contract's going to be more underwater. Selling them during increased volatility is good. Do C-suites like to see activist investors? No, because they don't want somebody coming into their company and telling them what to do with it. The put call flip is at... Hold on. Where the fuck is it? Oh, there it is. 114.50. So we're still above it. Simplest way to explain it, above delta neutral means negative net delta. Yeah. Wouldn't vote count. They had a majority for a quorum. There was no count that I'm aware of. ePay, I'm looking primed. I know. I'm fucking killing it on that. I think it's one of my best stocks right now. Especially performance-wise over the last couple of weeks. Ichimoku indicates a small run just now, but we shall see. Yeah. I think that's largely just on this small push-up. It looks like a lower high to me right now. Volume's dwindling, so... Can you explain our current price action? Yeah, we're relatively above a large number of puts at 120. Longs remain in control of the price action, but they're not doing a lot with it. I think a lot of people are holding calls on the expectation that they're going to print tomorrow, weekly calls, and they're unlikely to. So stagnation. If calls start being sold off, then we'll probably see the price drop. I wouldn't sell CCs on GME. Not a stock you want to cap your upside on. I mean, if you understand its price movements, it's not that risky. You can also just buy CCs back. Would it make sense for extreme shorting in after hours? MSM will blame it on retail sentiment. It could happen, but it may not. Are you selling any CC for next week? Not yet. Maybe tomorrow. If you're trapped under 63110 that you can't buy back, would you take assignment or roll it out? I'd probably roll it out. We have a couple weeks till OPEX. Check NVIDIA. No, it's kind of just moving up with everything else, right? It's up 5%. Everything's kind of rallying a bit today. Why NVIDIA? I mean, it's at resistance. If it holds this, it could push up to 197. Ever thought about quitting vaping? No. Why? Because you don't like it? My prediction, small short volume and after hours to get price to open around 120 tomorrow. Encourage weeklies to exit. Thoughts? I think weeklies will exit all on their own as they become not profitable. They're just bleeding the theta out. Would you hold till 6.3 expiration? How are you down on a 140p? You're super deep in the money. Why did everyone buy 6.3 calls? Well, not everyone, but a lot of people seem to have. Like, oh, let me FOMO into a bunch of options that are fucking massively overpriced on IV right before earnings. So basically, Degens bought weeklies because they were hyped around the meeting. Yeah. I'm not fucking taking the blame for that. Six three contracts are about the stupidest contract you could possibly buy this week. We're way above max pain. They're gonna try to at least bring this down. Max pain's irrelevant. The market maker adjusts their hedge every day. They're hedged for whatever max pain is. Wall Street bets YOLOs into options. Fucking Gurg. Not unless you bought 6.3s this morning. That's a different story. Six threes crushed it last week. Sure. Because they were a week out. You think the SPY is going to rip more? It could. 412 is a pretty solid resistance, though. Explanation for the run up? I mean, there's just no short pressure. Dark pool volume's low. Short pressure is almost non-existent. And most of this is driven by like short dated call buying. 95% of our volume today is currently due to the options chain. No stock split. They currently have no intention to split the stock. They're going to meet on it in a few days when the corporate charter is updated and assess market conditions and decide if they will move forward with a split or not. Think they're waiting for OPEX? I would. $414.47 for the SPY. It could. This upper resistance, maybe. This has been a pretty strong resistance in the past. It had problems crossing it here too. It'll be interesting to see if the SPY breaks up. I know some of the statements coming from the Fed are pretty dovish right now, so we'll see. It could move up. I mean, delta hedging and the market's moving up, which helps drive our price up. Volume's almost dead since the meeting, though. Very, very little volume after the meeting. Would there be any reason for short hedge funds not to short immediately after earnings and instead short later today or a few days? Yeah, absolutely. Right now, longs have control of the options chain, so market makers are hedging. They're hedging positive delta, right? So market makers are pushing up on the stock. After Friday, they won't be anymore. Did the stock split get voted down? No. There was no stock split vote. Is there a delay for the charter to be updated? So they couldn't have announced the split 4-1 anyway at the meeting. There's a delay for the charter to be updated, but they could still have announced a split. This price is ridiculous. There's no basis for it. Yes, there is. All good, Raysolia. If the point of the split is to lower share entry price for more investor interest, what's the problem with doing it at this price? It doesn't look good. They don't care about your investment dollars, Jay Gills. They care about big institutions investing. So they want to wait for the retail owned weeklies to fall off the chain so they don't have to short against the hedge. Yes. When to cut bait on 617 120s? I'm not. We authorized the board to do a dividend stock split. The board may, at its discretion, decide to split now. I mean, we didn't even authorize them to do a split. We authorized them to change the corporate charter. The split isn't even voted on by the shareholders. They can split whenever the fuck they want. It's voted on by the board. Yes, they could announce one at any time. Make it slippery for them tomorrow morning from the Gex on this $8 run. Maybe. That'll depend on how much like Knave Gex they have to cover tomorrow. Did you answer me about EPAM and I missed it? Probably. I think it's gonna keep breaking up. I don't know. My fucking 320s are super deep in the money already. And my shares are way up. I'm just gonna hold at this point. I think it's gonna keep running up. They could announce it after hours. They said they were gonna meet about it in a few days after the corporate charter is updated. Dugston, thanks for becoming a Long Johnson, man. I appreciate it. DM'd you a chart. Still trending up. Okay. Do you not have after hours turned on? Hmm. Why being propped up? Just not being pushed down. And we're still relatively lower than we were at the end of last week. Today's T+2 also, so there's a little bit of gamma exposure. The market's moving up. We have pressure against our price action to the positive side, and they're not pushing back against it. I would say that negative delta is still very much on the table. Yep. Negative delta is just increasing, so the unbalanced delta is going down. Cheap puts. When the market slips a bit, likely we'll see them use some of their ammo because it's more advantageous. Yeah. I think what we're seeing is like not a lot of interest in pushing against any external pressure on the stock. I don't recommend any puts. Buy whichever ones you want, but I'd buy time on them. Let's open up another 14 days of insider buying. For OPEX? Sure. Is Pickles Picks a weekly thing? Yeah. Unless something really interesting comes up during the week. Yeah, I know. Webull added options trading to their paper thing this week. People sold 6.3 130 cc's and it's showing, but that's tomorrow. I know last week you were talking about buying your June OPEX position today, tomorrow, anticipating the earnings AGM dip. Have you done that yet? No? Why ups retain call buying? I mean, they're not shorting. Internalization and dark pool volume is very, very low right now. Selling CCs cause negative price action towards the price of the underlying. No, it's a collateralized option. So there's no hedging. Dip machine broken, just not on. 150's safe for tomorrow. 152 I think is safer. 150's could be risky. 130's for 6.3 or 150's for 6.17. For options, like for covered calls, I'm not selling any covered calls for the next 2 weeks. I'll wait and sell CSPs. But it's very unlikely I sell any covered calls unless we start to see a sustained dip or we fall back below that 120 put wall. And really, I'd want to fall below the put call flip, which is at like 114. Why are we expecting a possible $20 move in the next 2 days? I don't expect anything till really next week. There's no incentive for them to push the stock down right now. They have far dated puts. People are YOLOing into weeklies. Why push back against the positive price action? They haven't opened up the chain for July 22nd yet. No hero. Because those are weekly calls. Why would you buy calls for July 22nd anyway? What an odd date. Why not just July 15th on the monthly expiration? SPY pumps do equal GME pumps. Do you think people will start to FOMO when the split happens? If the split happens? Gamma max is 150. I want you to spend your money and lose it so you can't spend it on OPEX. Yeah. He did. If he wasn't going to answer me, I'll just upcharge him on his weekly bull mayo yogurt order. What did you ask? If CTV wasn't so expensive, they'd probably be fighting against this. I mean, they can use ETFs, but there's just no reason for them to fight against it because they don't care about near-term price action if they have far-dated contracts. Chow's extra salty. I don't really understand what's going on. I know why some people are salty because they bought 6-3 puts. I'd be salty too if I'd bought those. Um, but outside of, making bets on 6-3, of course they would want to push us down right after the meeting. Creates FUD, articles about how garbage GameStop is. It's the perfect opportunity. And yet, what dates are those hours at they have? What? When TQQQ and SQQQ touching tips? We're getting oversaturated with salt. Yeah, the meeting's over. Gonna be kind of hard to inverse me. I have calls and puts right now. Look at the SM volumes today. The influencers are hard at work. I didn't tell everyone to short earnings. If you have calls and puts, I will inverse you with puts and calls. Ha. What's negative 90%? Weird Vixiolos and BBBY calls. I don't even do very much trading in the WeBull account. I YOLO'd into Microsoft puts this morning. Those were fantastic. Also, I sell the profitable ones. I sold my GME call that I had in here earlier. We were pretty gay bear regarding the earnings for the last 2 weeks now. But I understand you usually are because of past trends. Hard to ignore rising borrow rates and TRS illiquidity. Yeah, there's illiquidity. I'm still bearish. I mean, there's still like $100+ million worth of puts underneath us. ETF FTDs on BBBY for the last reporting period were pretty high. Aaron. There's a few days where it was like over 2 million. T+2 from last Friday, Gex. It's probably a little bit of it, but I'd say it's more just because the market's pushing up, right? Net delta on the day is negative. You think they're making retail 6-3 puts fail on purpose or just slide effect of them having low urgency? I think it's just low urgency. I think 6-3 puts were just 6-3 puts and calls were just terrible ideas. Unless you bought 6-3 calls this morning. But if you bought any, like, if you bought weeklies before earnings, of course you're going to fucking lose money. The IV crushed like 120% on weeklies. Do you think we crash into close as people close out their weekly calls? I mean, it'll depend. Usually you need like kind of a hard rejection to get retail to shake their calls. And we're not really getting that. So 100% agree with your perspective going into the next couple of weeks, but I can't help but fantasize about that 100 million in puts expiring worthless. It'd be cool. It's never happened before, but it'd be cool if it did. If an institution bought 500 million in at the money calls, wouldn't forced hedging make the calls very profitable? I mean, there's slippage, but yeah. When they see all the short dated retail FOMO, why don't they just sell and then rebuy? I mean, they just average down. That's why we still see puts coming in today. Okay, I was only expecting the AMD could touch 108 at the top of its upward channel on the daily. Not that it's there. Thoughts. It's very close. I would say that it's already broken out over the mid-range. There's another higher, these are moved about, I think, but there's another higher trend, like here. Which it's just coming up to. Yeah, it absolutely could. If it breaks out, 112's the next big, like, resistance. If it breaks out of 108, that 112 resistance is strong. I wonder if I should sell some of my leaps. Nah, just hold them. Look at XRT options flow. Isn't it looking like they rolled puts? There was about 10,000 puts bought yesterday on XRT near close. Yeah, XRT's trending up too. I don't know if this is just overall. I think everything's running today. It's not just GME, right? Like the whole market's pushing up. Ooh, interesting. If you check Upstar option flow, I'm seeing massively in the money puts sold for 3x current price. Stock is 52. The in the money puts are 110, 150. 4x the notional value of calls. What's going on? Let me see. For Upstart? One sec. Lots of fucking calls being bought. Net delta is positive on the day for Upstart. Lots of stock being bought, more importantly. It looks Upstart looks bullish. Some short covering going on in the put chain. A lot of long build up, like 50, 52 to 57. Looks like for July 10th and July 7th, June 10th and June 17th. Sorry, June 10th and June 17th. Yeah, looks good. How's the god damn it. And the setup's bullish. Cat touching 220, time for puts. No, I don't usually play the downside of cat. It's too risky. It catches on its resistances too much and chops a lot. It also bounces back really hard. Like the downside always sucks. You end up playing like little like $3 and $5 moves. Mogans, thank you so much, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
Do you expect more dips from GMA? I mean, the current options flow on GameStop is negative. Do you have any tips about playing Tesla? It's risky as fuck and you should probably stay away from it. It's a great way to lose money. Double rejection at 792. It's probably going to fall back to resistance or at least VWAP. Is the SPY coming back down? SPY tested for 414.60, which I think was the upside test from the other day. It's in that range. There's a little more room for it to move up. I don't know if it'll test 417 again. It did in after hours the other night. Check DMs. What do you got, turd? Having fun looking at the ETF options open interest. So many weird fucking things. That's IWP. It looks like they used that one in December to shoot us down. Interesting. Kind of stagnant now, though. Have you looked at IJR? How's the options interest on that? To roll or not to roll my 120 CCs? That's the question. When do they expire? Tomorrow? Great day for EPAM. Testing 130, 347.48 again. I think it's just gonna keep moving up, frankly. I'm gonna keep my target at, you know, like 426. My low target's at 366, so I'll probably shed some of my calls here. But I'm gonna carry some more to that upside target at 426. That's a little bit of a rejection. This would be a 500 cat daily. I've had a grand old time learning how to play Tesla. I'm usually always in and out of an active straddle of sorts. Yeah, I mean right now it's very volatile in both directions. DDS at 310, possible time for puts. Good luck fucking getting any liquidity on those. You're gonna lose more money on the spread. Do you think Amazon splitting and resulting push-up in price will push up XRT, causing a harder GME OPEX run? No. Everything in XRT is equally weighted, except GameStop. Yeah, EPAM's kind of low volume. I'm just investing vicariously through it at this point. You win EPAM, I win EPAM. I mean, it's currently my 320s are very happy. My 350s are excited, and my shares are way up because I got the average down to like just under 310 on the last dip. The question is, do I keep the shares for the long term? Because I really do think it can get back up to the levels it used to be at. And then just take the profits from the calls. Those 350s I bought are leaps, so I have time. I'm just worried that like some change will happen with the war, and that's gonna pull the rug out from under my position. How did it feel having as much volatility in your viewer account as GME price? I think the viewer account had more volatility than the price action. I didn't really notice. I mean, it's just the same, right? I'm talking at my computer screen. It's my lunch break. Can you berate and degrade my weekly GME puts I opened yesterday? Looking for my fix. Yeah, why the fuck would you buy weeklies at 200% IV before earnings? Do you know how much the stock would have had to have dropped for those to print? You need like a $10 drop in price to be break even after the IV crash. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. I took profits on my AMD 105 leaps. 50% too good not to take. That's fair. Struggle works. I'm still in my 100s and 105s. I shed the 90s on that rejection at 102 like a little while back. I still have that giant fucking bag of 140s though that I that I had from I should have sold those at the top. Break even same as money printer? No. Is Fubo in the basket? I don't think so. No, no forward guidance glider, no stock split. Mostly just reiterated the things they said yesterday in the earnings call. They're more bullish on their retail arm than I expected them to be. And they're pushing a little harder into their like trade-in program, which is good, especially with the economy and the condition it's going to be in for the next few years. That's about it, though. It was pretty uneventful, frankly. You should switch up and add to your bullishness. I'll take. What if the Jimmy put walls are actually retail trying to play earnings? They're way too big. They're definitely not retail. They're too big and too far dated. Retail doesn't have that kind of capital. I mean, the calls from this week are going to get shed, right? Where do you think Jimmy is ending up tomorrow? I think it's just gonna unskippable ads are turned off. I think I actually have all of the ads turned off. That doesn't mean YouTube doesn't play them. I think right now we're largely just tracking the SPY. The SPY's still pushing up. Most of the calls are for this week. They'll probably be shed profitably, which is interesting. Today or tomorrow. But it's risky here at 130. Lots of the calls at the 130 mark. And if people don't hold, I wouldn't say the last dip was enough to encourage a lot of selling, but if people don't hold, then, that call interest is going to drop off. And then once, once the market maker hedge is no longer favoring us, the price will likely follow. I remember months ago when you said you can't DRS GME shares into computer share with an IRA or 401k. Yeah, this this was a thing. I got called a shill, FUD spreading shill. Bones just contacted the moderators and says message can't be delivered because I don't share a server with them. What's going on? Rob? That's all this bullish SPY action over the past few weeks. I don't know. The market's still, I think, frankly, in limbo until it breaks 420 to the upside. I just don't think we have enough economic data this week to push it down. 1.99 beta, Segan. Gherk is ignoring my question. I didn't ignore your question. What did you ask? Ignoring and not seeing are different things. Why can't I access the Discord? I have no idea. We call you a FUD spreading shill, though. It's out of love. Thanks, Trash. Fubo trading at 367 right now. It has over $30 in the upside if there's a move. Probably if you get the money, it's over 100%, but not a lot of OI. Yeah, Fubo's pretty shit. Cool, Sahib. Good luck, man. Never trolled him. What's your username, Rob? Later, Ryan Cohen, ETF. Later, kid. JK, I'm still here. I think Cohen and Insider is buying shares now up to NFT release. They keep hammering that NFT marketplace will be released end of month. Like they're making the material info public so they can buy. I don't know if they're allowed to buy right now. They might be. I mean, we'll see if they are. We're not seeing a lot of volume outside of the options flow though. We're at 97% of our daily volume is currently delta hedging. Begs for PyPy to acknowledge him, then doesn't respond when he does. Yeah, I'm trying. What the fuck is going on here? Can't buy until tomorrow. Yeah, okay. Where did you see that options flow info? Private tool or built in somewhere? That's Market Chameleon. As a member and spokesman of the Rob Society for the Furtherment of Small Pickles, Rob R does not represent us. What's Executive Order 14032? It cuts off collateral from Chinese military investments. Rob asked you a couple times why I didn't get access to Billionaires, but didn't tag you. Oh, that's probably why I missed it. I desperately didn't know if they ever clicked the link. I assume they did. Is there some part of QT that puts positive pressure on the market, or can institutions be reducing their short positions that are far dated since the news that QT may reduce need for rate hikes? I mean, QT would still be ongoing. Um, and even if they're, I mean, it's also priced in, should be priced in. Honestly, I'm waiting on stock divvy info to support price increase. Now they have nothing. Blah. I'm okay with the stock staying illiquid. I want more OPEX runs. Like, I love the idea of a stock split happening. I don't love the idea of what comes after a stock split happens, though. Who owns Fort Knox? The US government? People who believe Fed will stop raising rates. NGMI. I don't know what that means. I don't think the Fed's gonna stop raising rates. The Fed's just doing their usual soft landing bullshit. They've done it on fucking every cycle on the SPY for the last like 3 weeks. 3 months. They're like, we're gonna raise rates. They're going up. Guys, look, they're gonna go up. And then up here, Bullard's like, nah, it's okay. I think we've done enough. And then it's like, guess what? We're gonna raise rates again. And then it's like, no, it's okay. We're not gonna do it so much. And then it's the rates are going up. They're gonna keep going up. They're never gonna stop going up. Maybe we won't anymore. Like, it's just the same shit. Over and over and over. It's working, which is impressive. This is Ryan. Go ahead and live stream. Thanks, Vegas 8. I'm not selling any fucking covered calls for the next 2 weeks. I will sell covered calls at the peak of OPEX, and that is it. Does buy a house mean same like speculative asset? Yeah, nothing like buying a house at the top of the market. Why does the person who talks about raising rates in your example sound like Morty from Rick and Morty? I swear my hiatus has my messages getting filtered. Interesting, Tim. I see that message. Still expecting a dip between now and OPEX? Yep. When peak of OPEX? A week after the 17th is when it should occur. Don't at Moonwin. Did he roll down his CCs to 115? He's gonna get assigned again. Full jumpsuit, 7 months, aka non-poor. Thanks, Gurg. Honestly, I was sweating before earnings. I YOLO'd into an unholy huge put spread for the 17th. May Lady VWAP forgive my bearishness. Seriously, though, your knowledge has been invaluable. Thanks, man. Crazy how many people don't see a house as a liability when over 75% of your monthly mortgage goes to interest for like the first 10 years. I don't know. I don't really have any interest in home ownership. OPEX is every time on the 3rd week from a month, right? It's after the 3rd Friday. Fed will repeat the usual and drag the economy into a recession. I mean, a recession at this point is almost a guarantee. There's no way GDP data coming up is going to come in positive. And if it's negative 2 quarters in a row, we're in a recession. That's like the definition of it. I bought some 123Cs today at open. Think we would have filled that gap from pre-market. Sold them the moment we hit 123 plus 77% on the next red candle. How do I get more confident to let them ride? Tim, I would say that you likely want to just set trailing stops or move your stops up with the price action. If you closed out and you made a profit, though, there's nothing to be sad about. In the last year, my home value went up 123,000. I'm not mad. Yeah, but what if it goes down 200,000? Will you be mad then? Typically, Gurk owns tons of securities and a Prius. Hey, my Prius is an appreciating asset right now, all right? And it's not a Prius. It is a hybrid. Is there a way to do trailing stops on Thinkorswim? I don't know. Google it. I don't use TDA. When does GDP data get released? I think we're still a few weeks out. Prius and appreciating has never been used unironically in the same sentence. Nobody who lives in New York and owns a car. Why not? It's actually not that bad. What the fuck is this? It's the passion of the stonk. T-Doc up 10%. Yeah, it's up. I did that? Did you really? It's come in as just the most unintelligible. The pain itself is love. Laura Impton. I can't even copy it. Why can't I? It's so much easier to plug this into Google Translate. I haven't been to Catholic school in forever. Until love is free? The lake is the fringe of hatred? Loosely translated means buy the dip, losers. It's rooted glory. Manifesto is unintelligible. It's just placeholder. You haven't seen Lorem Ipsum before? Nah. Do you have a few minutes to talk about our queen and savior, Lady DRS? Thanks, Pickle. Made some gains from 1 to 117 call from this morning. Sold at 129.50. Nice. It's not fucking Latin. Definitely not Kirk's Bull Mayo guy. Also, Italians don't speak Latin. They speak Italian. Which is heavily based on Latin. When did you study Latin? I had to take Latin when I was in Catholic school. Speak Roman. AMD having a good day. Can it keep going higher? As long as everything else keeps driving up. I mean, the whole market's having a great day, frankly. Stock market boy Chikumba or Andrew left. Sell now, ask questions later. Back to $20 quick. Are they gonna just let their puts expire? You mean in 2 weeks? You learned Latin. Other kids learned butt stuff. I wasn't there long enough. Next, the B movie script. Uh, there's a lot of FUD pushers in here. I'm not selling. I have in the money calls. Fuck you. Can you explain some ways that EMAs and SMAs can be used differently? No. Can you ask the Pope for MOASS at your next meeting? Yeah, I'm not Catholic, so that's going to be hard to do. I'm pretty sure if I step on Vatican soil, I'd be burned alive. I was lying earlier when I said I was a part of society. I've never done anything right. I didn't even get the Wendy's dumpster memo right. I sit alone beside a recycling bin behind behind a Wetzel's Pretzels. Unsubbed. Christian GME streamers only for me. I'm sure you can find them if you look hard enough. Do you think DRS is contributing to elevated borrow rates we're seeing? I mean, it does. I discussed this in a DD back in like November. Buy it below 250, sell it above 300. It is extremely consistent. It's not agnostic. I'm not agnostic. Definitely not Gerxpil Mayo guy. I don't believe in anything spiritual at all. Next GDP data release is June 29th, 8:30 a.m. There you go. Could they be buying into sell pressure to cover obligations for later this month? Possible. We'll see. I wonder if dark pool rate has gone up now. Let me check that. It's going up. It's now at 57.8. So that's cool. If you didn't believe in anything spiritual, then you wouldn't be trying to help people suffer less by helping them make more money. Just calling you out. They're going to make money and lose money. I don't care what happens. I'm just providing information. The funniest is when people make a lot of money and then lose it all really fast. Can't be religious when you're such a narcissist. It does make it difficult. Not spiritual. Yeah, you tout the wisdom of TA and lead a cult, but it's a non-spiritual cult, not a cult. Talked to my brother-in-law for a while last night about his migration from traditional video games to blockchain games, specifically Gala games and OpenSea. He's really bullish. He's really into it. Bullish as fuck. Interesting. It's not spiritual at all. Maybe it's spiritual for you, but it's not for me. When school stock video on how to time the dip in the used powdered wigs market? Never. I'm not making that video. I've told you 1,000 times. You need some invisible man in the sky to tell you to be good, to be moral. You're not a good person, in my opinion. Interesting. Put on your short hedge fund hat. Let's assume you want to juke June OPEX Pushing out obligations to another month. How do you do it? Without creating any pressure on the stock from the fucking obscene amount of puts I have on ETFs? Uh, there isn't one. Like, there has to, I mean, they can roll, which, you know, compounds obligations into a further quarter, or they can close them out, which is more likely with the rebalance. And if they close them out, then big ups. If they roll, still ups, just smaller. And since there is no like tiny upside moves on GameStop with that much volume, um, also just big ups. Slowly move it out over the next 2 weeks so the price just continues to climb all the way into OPEX and then rug pull everybody. But we're not seeing that. We're still seeing them build 617 puts. Worth rolling my June 10th puts out another 2 weeks? Yeah, it could be. How many trillions of times have I told you not to exaggerate? Here's the secret, Gaff. No matter how many times they split the stock, I'll still have more shares than you. Yeah, I'm pretty confident in June. But I mean, I'll hedge the unknown. Because that's all you can do, right? You're still waiting to get the rest of your GME calls for OPEX? Yeah, I haven't bought more. I still just have October calls. 2XX, X, or what more? Andre. He only has 5. Of course, I'll have more shares than him. True. Buying in the money puts for price suppression? Sure, a bit. I don't agree with you, Stefan. There's no spirituality in it for me. If people want to learn, awesome. If they don't, fuck them. I'm really not concerned with helping anybody that doesn't want to take the effort to help themselves. Jumped into Morant's channel because he was streaming the shareholder meeting. I'm still a little freaked out. That guy's fucking bonkers. Okay. I believe you. I don't know anything about him. Dear God, the stream has devolved into pretend intellectuals debating topics that they should listen to rather than talk on. If a large market dip crash happens, what are your thoughts on some inverse oil plays? Drip and Hibbs launch every dip crash in history, but oils went extremely high for obvious reasons. I'd be careful with it. I don't know if I have any interest in playing oil in the event of a market crash. Wheat fall calls yet? Yeah, I have October's. Most of my positions in October for wheat. I'm trying, but it's like you speak a different language. What are you talking about? I try to make everything as simple as feasibly possible. Is it better for their volatility positions if people buy options for OPEX runs? I mean, they're hedged, right? So it doesn't hurt them either way. I don't think they care if people buy options or not. I didn't think today's chat would turn into Stefan trying to convince Girk that he is in fact religious. He's trying to convince me I'm spiritual. He's attributing a lot of something to me that I have none of. That's no downside for Tesla in the next few days. I don't know if anything's really moving down this week. So you don't think Elon Musk wrote the program? What? Hey man, I'm dipping out for the rest of the day to go kiteboard. Fun. If I die, keep my shares away from Gaff. Okay. What are you doing with your Microsoft? I mean, it didn't go down. So losing $400, I guess. Also, Girk secretly hates when people say they're gonna leave. He will say fuck them, but he hurts inside. No, I don't. First X holders. Unfortunately, all I can afford. Hanging on for over a year. How much longer to hold? It's very hard when it's all I have in here. Albeit not a lot. Many thanks. You're gonna have to wait for growth. People still mistake morality and spirituality. Oh, I just don't care. I want Girk to film me like how they put cream in Boston cream donuts. What membership do you need for covered call strikes? There doesn't exist one expensive enough. Chat is turning against each other. MOASS incoming. Are they? I don't think that's the case. I was waiting for a short squeeze impractical in the case of GMA. I mean, you can wait for one. I don't think waiting on short squeezes is a practical investment strategy, but you know, it's a thing people do. Do you have a price target for wheat? I'm looking at 12C for October, but don't know if I should lock up capital for a $4 to $5 increase. I mean, I have like 10 grand in wheat, and it's between 10 and 12C. Knee? Well, thank you, Knight. Oh, because you're a knight and you said knee. Ha! Shrubbery and such. Only here can I hear these two sentences in the same breath. Morality versus spirituality Gurk Phil Carl like a cream donut. Multi-million notional 108, 106 AMD 1 DTE puts coming in through. What means seems too expensive for degens. It absolutely is. That means I'd be really careful with the upside, or they're trying to keep it from breaking out to protect a larger position. The suspense is killing me and my 6-1 DTE calls. I was concerned my church would have issues with options as gambling, but my pastor has weeklies and leaps, so there you go. Ooh, medium Johnson. Eh. Are insiders buying, you think? I don't think they can yet. What's your expectations for GME price action for the next week and the week after? I mean, I still think we go down. They haven't sold off the puts, so. Has the bar rate gone up again today? Or is it still 108? Why hasn't my 90C been assigned for tomorrow? I don't know. No one wants it. And don't worry, it very well will be tomorrow. It's a very good chance it'll be assigned. I want some ice cream or something. My calls are printing, but not enough for me to sell them, and my puts are losing money. This is the shittiest. I'll track this before you can read it. Get wrecked. Too slow. Ha! 30cc 1DT safe. We can fix the chart. Hmm. For some ice cream? Thanks, Sahib. I appreciate it. I haven't seen you bring up your Wyckoff chart in a while. What part of the phase are we in according to your research? Where do you see us headed in the next couple of weeks? I mean, we'd be in an accumulation phase after we fell through that LPS. I would say that we're like approaching the end of phase B. Think we'll see price movement for futures roll next week. Maybe. Probably not, though. Rip your puts. I mean, I have calls too, so who gives a shit? No problem, Casey. Just because it's unlikely doesn't. I said improbable, not impossible. Lollygans. It's still more bearish before OPEX due to Met earnings. I mean, I'm more bearish because of the massive put position floating underneath us. I mean, we're going up, but negative net delta is just increasing because they're still just buying puts cheap. My wife is gonna have Fridays off next school year, and I want her to start playing zero DTs and make us some money. What are the basics she should understand to do so? There are moments to use zero DTs and moments not to. I mean, there's opportunity in them, but it's risky. Sit her down with options as a strategic investment and have her paper trade a lot, I guess, if you want her to learn how to trade. Or, I mean, does she want to learn how to trade? It sounds like you're making her do it, which isn't cool. Buying a lot of puts for Tesla at 600, they all burned when it jumped to 1,000. Seeing a massive put position doesn't mean much, to be honest. I mean, it does on a stock as heavily influenced by its option chain as GameStop. They could be burned, don't get me wrong. It can happen. I mean, WeBull just opened up paper trading. Yeah, I heard. For paper trading for options. They've always had paper trading. I think it just sucked. I never used it before. That's fair. How many shares are available to trade? Hmm. I feel like didn't Turd just do this the other night? $24.5 million shares closely held. GME ETFs are at 10.4 million shares. So 24.5 would leave us at what? It's like 75.9, right? Wait. $51.4 million. I'm rolling CC to a later date with the same strike and I'm making a credit on it. Am I doing it right? Yeah. Anybody familiar with selling to exercise on IBKR? Didn't do it before. Is it possible, or at least do you have to do it manually? You have to call them, I think. You have margin, right? If you don't have margin, you can't sell to exercise. I don't want to get a sign out and wheel. Gain more shares in the long term makes up for loss of long term cap gains. It's fair. Yeah, if you have margin, then you just call them. Do I need to call my broker to exercise my calves? Apparently, there's a COD tournament going on in Toronto with a grand prize of 500K, so that's neat. I knew esports were getting big, but didn't realize that big. I think, like, yeah, but like League and COD big events command like big prize pools. I don't know if that's true about a lot of other games. Oh yeah, Dota has really big prize pools too. Still doesn't compare to being like a football player and getting millions of dollars a year, but it's growing. Was there an optimal time to roll CCs closer to your original expiration date or earlier in the week while the stock is up? Does it really matter since it's priced into the new option you're rolling to? Yeah, it doesn't really matter. How is one a Fortnite Pro? A lot of big money puts on indices for July. Yeah. Yeah, they said that they started accepting smartwatches, tablets, and cell phones. I finished my shawarma and now I'm eating tabbouleh. Just FYI. Thanks, Justin. Good to know. Ugh. What's your favorite way to make a burger? You just like put salt and pepper on it and grill it, right? Or fry it in a pan. They're burgers. They're not like the apex of the culinary art. How's the gamma slide looking? Serious question. I mean, they're still buying puts. All this like upward price action has done is seem to incentivize them to buy even more puts, which is infuriating. You see options exposure for SPY in the next weeks to have a good guess of where SPY will be at OPEX. There's far too much like liquidity in the options chain. Let's say for some miracle, shorts are able to close out XRT obligations by June rebalance. What happens? Nothing. I mean, GameStop would likely just continue to rise in price until that point, though. But they're currently compounding those obligations. They're not getting rid of them. OI has been going up 3 to 4% a day. Seems big to me. They just slid that in there. I think that was from IMX. I don't like pickles on burgers. That's fine. Where are you looking at the options chain and volume? I mean, we download it from CBOE every night before we analyze it. You can also look at it on Market Chameleon. You can look at it on Shift Search. You can look at it on your brokerage. Depending on your brokerage, you can look at it on bar charts. They usually build it up and then short the stock into it. So their general strategy is they build up a shitload of out of the money puts while the price is up, and then they short it really hard, driving all those puts in the money, which slams the price down, and then they start covering for OPEX. This is the strategy they have used time and time and time again. So currently, they're building up a shitload of out of the money puts. It's just the slamming of the price part that hasn't happened. What the fuck is Swedengate? I'm surprised you're not a Smashburger diehard. I don't really like hamburgers that much. Spy Daily High. Ooh. Yep. Yeah, I really don't like gourmet burgers. It's just, it feels wrong. Like, there shouldn't be any gourmet ingredients on a fucking hamburger. It's just gross. Just like a bunch of shit. They're always messy. I don't like messy food. I will choose pizza over most foods. If it's good. Good pizza. I don't take vacations. It's a really good strategy, so how do we stop them? We're not really capable of stopping them. Cross your fingers and hope that a long buys into the stock and blows up their position. Yeah, I don't want fried egg on my burger. Smash burgers with cheese, caramelized onions, lettuce, tomato, mustard. Okay. Why would we stop them? It's the only trade I can make money off of. Do you like Italian ice? I haven't had one since I was a little kid, but I liked them when I was a little kid. New York pizza. How is it that the SEC or DOJ can't see the manipulation going on with GME? They can, they just don't give a shit. Do you think some of the board members will buy during this 3-day window? Yeah, they need to average down. I've heard you say you weren't spiritual. This confuses me because I've seen you be transparent like a ghost. That's special effects. New Jersey pizza is not better. Fuck off, Moonwind. Can you say what's up to my homie Daniel? What's up, Daniel? Is Daniel a Dan? He should be. It's usually automatic inclusion for legacies. Do you feel deflated that after over a year of effort on your part to teach G-Gens not to G-Gen only successfully resulted in buying weekly wait, what's that? Bi-weekly calls into bi-weekly puts and selling in the money CCs at lows? Oh man. You know, you can't teach them all, Segan. I know that. Because I think about it ahead of time. I'm like, people will never do something that stupid. And then I get surprised. Do you fold the pizza? Of course. In the eyes of the SEC, Jamie is one of the most fairly traded stocks in the entire market and is a shining example of how our market mechanisms maintain the most orderly market ever. What percentage vape juice do you use? I don't know what it is. It's like 18 milligrams or something. Does it have a percentage? It doesn't have a percentage. I don't want to do the math. It's pretty low. There's not a lot of nicotine in it. I went from buying degenerate calls to realizing I'm way too poor to play options. Thanks, Kirk. No problem, man. Is it a good time to buy puts? It could be. But maybe not. I mean, we're over 130, which is interesting. The question is, are we going to see any support here? Or are we just going to see people fucking selling out of... That was a big fucking order. Just see people selling out of calls now. Because their theta's decaying. You're averaging down your 617 puts. Probably, yeah. They're about half off right now. More importantly, I want to close these calls on the IV spike. Ooh, yes. Nice fill. With no split in sight, is there any catalyst left for MOASS? I mean, just because they decided not to split right now doesn't mean they're not going to decide to split in the next few weeks. Like I said, they're far more likely to split when the price is high, right? Are you going to be selling CCs now that the shareholder meeting is over? No. I mean, usually this part of the cycle, I'm much more focused on selling CSPs. The price is a little high for me to do that right now. But until longs lose control of the options chain, I'm not selling covered calls. But the answer is still no. There's no catalyst for MOASS because MOASS is a myth. I mean, it's not probable. What does what mean? What does losing control of the options chain mean? I mean, currently the market maker is positively hedging, right? And so call buying will promote call buying from the market maker, which will drive price action to the upside. If we fall below like 114, that flips. And the downside, like the market maker flips to a negative hedge, like a negative delta hedge. And then, then the market maker is pushing down on the stock, which is better if you're selling covered calls. It means your covered calls are less at risk. So as long as the market maker hedge favors positive price action, I wouldn't sell covered calls. It's too risky. Just like all other options, it's all about taking advantage of timing. There's still nothing that beats selling covered calls at the peak of OPEX 30 days out when options pricing is maxed out, because basically no matter what happens, 30 days from then, the car will be worth significantly less money as IV declines. If our boy sustains above 130 again, seems like kind of a big deal. It's, I don't know. There's just no support for it, right? That's the problem, is all this support is very short term. Mark the 135 resistance line. It's already marked. This is WeBull. Hold on one second. $213.64. 1465. $15.30. Okay. Is G on 114 then, or what indicates a flip in the options chain? The flip, the volumetric flip in puts versus calls occurs at 114.50. Gamma neutral is lower. Gamma neutral is down at like 101 today, roughly. JFresh will have a lower, more conservative result. But, oh, gamma neutral at 119.04. Although I don't have JFresh's updated data. Maybe I do. Let me see if he fucking put it in the thing. Oh yeah, that's right. He's doing like a conference this week. Well, Brave Vacations data is showing gamma neutral 119, delta neutral at 107, put call reversal at 114.54. So the whole support could just be 125, 130, 1 DTEs. It's 120, 125, and 130 1 DTEs. But yeah, that's the majority of the support we're seeing. Lots of weeklies, but those are gonna fall off. Nice, Eric. Hearing you say MOASS is extremely unlikely shatters my view of GME. Now I have to come up with a new plan on retiring early. Thanks, Obama. Okay. Doesn't MM want to get price at below delta neutral before every OPEX run? Ideally, they want it near Vega neutral. As close to Vega neutral as possible. Asking about what trading app is this as the new why did RC move earnings? Prove me wrong. Don't they use PFOF? Who gives a shit? I don't care about payment for order flow. I don't want to pay fucking commissions. They're streaming the earnings call. I want to know if my zero DTE is going to print. There are no zero DTEs today. GME at Vega neutral. I'll sell everything else and dump into GME. Yeah, same. Spy ripping? A little bit. I mean, it's not really ripping. It's up today. It's up today relatively about as much as it went down yesterday. But it does look like kind of a, if we go out here to the 1 hour, it's like a double, maybe a triple bottom. It looks good. I don't know if it's going to get defeated at 417 again. My target for this week was 418.60, but it's hasn't reached it. I wanted to at least see like a test of that, bullish zone before it fell back. It's kind of struggled to clear this range though. Now I actually have to learn how to trade. Hope to learn here. If you pay attention, you'll learn quite a lot. I suggest checking out the reading list on the subreddit. It's on the wiki. Jimmy at Vega Neutral. Everything. I think I'm smarter than J-Fresh. He's a cat after all, but my lack of self-confidence in stating that swedes my opinion that J-Fresh might be a little smarter than me. Interesting. He's probably smarter than you. I'd rather pay commission, honestly. The only people who give a shit about PFOF are the ones not making money on it. It's the same like the ones who give a shit about high frequency trading. Like the only reason you see people pushing to get rid of those is because it advantages someone else to get rid of them. And big longs like Fidelity, Vanguard, BlackRock, BNY Mellon, they don't want high frequency trading because it fucks their long-term, like it leeches value out of their long-term investments. I can't read. Well, get the audiobook. I have no proof, but I think that JFresh is a 68 cat disguised as a 69 cat. Fuck. I mean, if that were the case, I don't even know what I'd do. You expect more of a slow bleed down to the 95 by my 17th. By the 17th, if the SPY fails. Oh, if the SPY fails, we could really pick up some steam to the downside. Can you read us options as a strategic investment as a bedtime story? I'll pay. Do you think GME August options are being deliberately withheld? No. Our funds on hold until the 6th in IBKR. Good. At least you didn't YOLO into any weeklies like everyone else. The barcoding we see with wheat is due to upward price limit, not HFT, right? Yeah, I think so. That's why you don't see a lot of volume traded on it. I'm just trying to realize that a strong percentage of people still believe in MOASS as defined a year ago. I feel like it's super important the truth you provide. People can adapt to reality. Well, you hope. So this is what you guys say about me when I'm not here. I was waiting for you to show up. Where's the options data? I've got these extravagant numbers and I don't know if they're accurate. I don't have a range to figure out an average. I just have a single data point. What are you doing to me? He's like, oh, I'm at my conference. It's so important. The North American Cat Breeding Association can wait. All right, J Fresh. My strategy's been every time I want to YOLO into GME weeklies, I buy near the money 819 BBY calls. I now have over 120. Do you consider after hours price when looking at resistance and support lines? It depends on the stock. Some stocks, yes, some no. Some move on significantly more volume and move a lot in after hours. Others don't. What a conference. I have access to my tools. I mean, you sent me that picture. Looks like you at least brought a jug of paint with you. Or did you get that there? BNY Mellon sold 1 million puts today. Who said that? Do you have any reading or recommendations along the lines of blank for dummies? Yeah. They're in the wiki on the Discord. Or on the subreddit. I have no idea what the limit up on wheat is daily. I don't even look at the future contract. I guess I could if I cared that much. DNGM moved up a little to around 100 last night. Things are mostly the same. Okay. Yeah, we have like negative net delta today, but it's minimal. It's like they're just loading up on more out of the money puts. Like they don't give a fuck about our price action at all, which is weird. Usually they'd, kick us down a notch, keep us under that 130 level, right? No, just nothing. Just fucking who cares, right? Like it feels like such a fucking bait this way. Like the lack of enthusiasm for their out of the money shorts is infuriating to me. It's you know what it is? I think they've just determined, fuck it, we don't need to short it. They'll sell those shitty calls. It's not a trick. You're getting pretty tinfoil, NW. Melvin's been dead for a while. It's too much confidence on their part. I mean, it represents a shift in the way they manage GameStop earnings. They were just like, I mean, I feel like they were of the same opinion as me, and I don't like that. That like, fuck it, we don't care. They're gonna be shit. And then earnings were exactly that. So they just keep buying more out of the money puts, further dated than the bullish call options. One sec, guys. June 2nd, the lock limit for wheat futures is plus minus 45 points. Currently up 20. Okay, thanks. That's soft wheat, right? See again? Look at this fucking letter on my door. Fucking seriously? That's not an eviction notice. Uh, they're installing a pool on my roof. It's my love letter. They're shutting off the electricity due to non-payment. That's never happened. Yeah, after what happened to the elevator, I don't trust them to build a pool. Wait, you can read? Yeah? On the roof? Nothing could possibly go wrong there. Infinity pool? It's not a vote. I'm not part of the co-op, so I don't even get to decide. But the dickheads that are part of the co-op have decided, fuck everyone else in the building. We're gonna build a pool on the roof. If I have to go stay in a hotel because they fucking dump 20,000 gallons of water through the entirety of my building, I'm gonna be very, very, very pissed off. Do I have to buy like special insurance for that? What do you mean you've changed your perspective of what MOASS is? I'm reading early comments. I haven't really changed my perspective of what MOASS is, Yasti. You've been here long enough to know what my perspective of MOASS is. $1 billion settlement for Florida water leakage parking lot pool a couple weeks ago. You're in good company. What are you going on about, Dwight? For bills, hugs. Thanks, JC. Use lawsuit money for options. I don't want to laugh about it. I don't want it to happen. They'll do it during MOASS. This is your monkey paw. You get infinite GME cycles, but you have to have your apartment flooded every year. Jesus Christ. It's the whole building's gonna fucking get moldy. How many floors are above yours? 5, I think. Oh, yeah, 5. I think there's like a maintenance floor, like a half a floor or some shit. No, I got timed out. For what? Did you do something? How to ramp? Okay. Once you break 130, expect a big slide down as calls are sold off. I expect some slide down as calls are sold off, but 120 and 125 are also significant. I'll chain myself to your roof to stop the pool. Send me your address. You can bail the water out of your room with 3 easy scoops from your jug. Is this going to be an indoor pool? I'm guessing, yeah, because it's usually winter here. That's what I'm afraid of, is the entire building is going to smell like a fucking over-chlorinated pool at a gym. And I have a 2-year fucking lease. They supposedly have fixed the elevator. I still don't trust it. Thanks for broadcasting the meeting play-by-play and recap. I still love you, but back to out. Later, time-traveling superpositional cat. You never smell it at a hotel. I don't think my building's structurally sound. We just had an elevator fall, like, fucking 10 floors or something down the elevator shaft. And now they want to put a pool in? It's just like really, really just riding the edge of the structural integrity of this building. Chlorine and ball sweat. $250 dislikes because Girk wouldn't do wrong by GameStop rules and then put the crybabies in timeout. LOL, see ya. Fuck them. It's the most dislikes we've ever gotten. It's very exciting. Advice based on pool experience. Don't eat white cakes and the skimmers. They're not cheese. They're chlorine pucks. Do you not have a sense of smell? Not pickled cucumber there? People swinging on the pool as you open the door. This sounds crazy. You're really on one today, aren't you, Dwight? Time to move into your... I can't move in there. I don't own the house. Use the empty shafts for all the water. No, they fixed the elevator. I don't trust that they did a good job, but they fixed it. You know, they had like... It wasn't like an official company that came to fix it. It was like some dude in a 1990 Dodge Caravan with elevator parts sticking out the back. After the first cake, you lose smell. I usually take the stairs anyway, because it's just like good exercise, which I don't get enough of. Also, when I was like 7, I got stuck in an elevator, so I don't like them. I mean, elevators here are supposed to have a brake too. Like they're supposed to lock, but ours didn't for some reason. It's like, who was it? Otis that invented that? Fucking 100 years ago. But the one in our building failed. And so the elevator fell down to the bottom of the shaft. What are you trying to say about 1990 Dodge Caravans? Nothing. Sounds like New Jersey is looking better and better. I mean, at least it's flat and I won't have a pool on my fucking roof. Still can't deal with the smell or the people, but I got stuck in an elevator for 1 hour one time. It was pretty boring. You're sitting on a chair or a pile of cash? What? I'm on a chair? What are you talking about? It's impossibly hard to find one that's up to date in the Boston area. I mean, my experience in New York City apartment buildings is like the super will just like go in and write something on the inspection certificate and no one ever verifies it. Just admit you live in Westchester already and KG goes to your club. Oh, I totally would if that were the case. I don't have Westchester money yet. Not for a long time. Or 3 more quarters of GameStop violent upside movements. Because my building management does everything cheap as fuck, and I don't trust them to build a roof pool. Of all the things I would trust them to do, that's not on the list. It's a short list, but ordered food from a restaurant next to my hotel, and Uber Eats sent a car to walk it up the stairs. I don't think they have like a lot of foot driver like on foot delivery people there. Can you give an expectation on what your update on your expectations are for this month after the meeting? Again? Yeah, I think they will find a way to make their like $100 million in puts print and then OPEX. Don't worry, that pool won't get built before your lease is up. It says they're beginning construction on it next week. Love is an elevator. This high volume, just delta hedging. That's what it looks like, yeah. One apartments who are also, have you thought about getting married and having kids? Yeah, I don't want to do any of those things. Maybe while they're on the roof, they'll change your AC filter. I already asked them to do that. They said they'd look into it. Thanks, Harva. Don't forget to check out the updated Craigslist ad from today. You didn't get the first letter. Your lease is up next week. Would you be a sugar dad? What exactly is a sugar daddy? Like, I don't really like, you give someone money to hang around you? Why would I want that? I don't even like people. Are you concerned that you'll have to contend for water to fill your water tank while they're filling the pool? I mean, no, I just fill it up with the fire hydrant out front, but still. We never went up on earnings. Yes, we did. We went up the last earnings. We went down, but then we went up. We closed the next day positive. It's just informal prostitution. Why would you pay for that? You can get it for free. Sounds like my marriage so far. Congratulations, Carl. They'll pretend to actually like you and feed into an ego fantasy. I don't need that. I can fulfill my own ego. Sugar Daddy's a stick of chewy, cheap caramel on a stick. Yeah, I've had them. The sugar babies, like the little chocolate ones, are better because they don't have the stick mostly. Why don't they keep the price at this level until OPEX? Wouldn't that lower IV? Okay. I'm okay with that too. How many here bag holding Palantir? I don't know if it's a bag. It has no weight, but it's there. My shares are free. I'm jealous of all the things you choose to be. Okay. You're just mad you didn't think of it first, Gaff. Can't GameStop sue for defamation? On opinion pieces? I don't think so. Sometimes, dude, Sometimes the shit you come up with or your high in the middle of the trading day is just so far out there. Like Johnny Depp sued for defamation. Why can't GameStop? By the time I was already a shill. I've been a shill the whole time. Haven't you read the reviews? What other ticker would you stream all day besides GME? I would just stream other tickers. There have been times where GME has been very boring and we've just watched other shit. There's always something doing a thing. Infinite content. Well, only there is no penthouse on my building. You could have bought July 15 $90 puts for 480 on April 20th. They're still worth 450 even though the price is 130 now. But you passed the shill sniffing dog test. That's true. I don't know what the test was. It was never fully submitted. RC today, they think we're gonna say something about NFTs or stock divvy. Call finally arrives. Shorts planned, coordinated cover, price movement. RC is like, no comment. SST going steadily up. Interesting. Like, I wouldn't touch this stock with your portfolio, Sean McHenry. But I hope your calls print, man. Jimmy Fudd on CNBC. What's new? Best way to play the monkeypox epidemic. Sega? Hypothetically, if the floor is 130 by the time we run in a few weeks, we could touch 300, huh? We started so much lower last round. I'm getting irritated by the lack of a good entry. I mean, yeah, the floor is generally relative to the peak in a way. I mean, Gamma Max is more important though. If people aren't buying far out of the money calls and far dated ones, then if the delta for the day is negative, why would the price be increasing when most of the volume is delta hedging? Lots of near the money, short dated calls. Lots of out of the money, far dated puts. We're also just tracking with the market. So there's some buy, like actual buy pressure in there as well. Let's see what that's at now, by the way. Jimmy. Well, the negative delta has gone up. So, that's cool. Not as high as it was earlier. Like, we just crested positive delta here. And then delta went way down. And now it's starting to move back up. I can just show you guys. Fucking drawing it. See? So we climbed up a little bit, but it's pushing back down again. A lot of the negative delta is from sold calls, see? So people are selling out of calls just slowly, right? Because the price action's really not encouraging selling because it hasn't tanked, so people are like holding. Retail really loves to hold their calls. But there's also a lot of bot calls. Currently, the largest on balance delta is 135 puts. Crypto dividend is the way. That's why I got an overstock ad for your stream. Oh, Jesus. You're way up to make it. I think it already did, right? Yeah. Intraday high, 134.83. Uh, yeah, wiking off for OPEX and the Book of MOASS. Both of them. I still can't believe they didn't announce a Wu-Tang dividend at the shareholder meeting. I know, right? An entire year, we don't even get our hands on the sweet, sweet Wu-Tang album. Carl is magical. Thanks, egg salad sandwiching. All right, I need to order something to eat. When did I last have food? Yesterday? What should I eat? Unsub? Why? Because I didn't say kava? Burrito? They don't make those good here. Not chicken parm. I'm never eating that again. Indian food? I don't know if I'm really in the mood for that. Taiwanese bento? Ooh. Some sort of noodle? Tears of the Kati roll? I could probably get one of those. I don't know if I'm just not in the mood for like spice. Sesame chicken. That actually sounds good. Get some pho? Ah, no thanks. Ribeye medium rare. I'm not gonna order that for delivery. If you get a Taiwanese bento, don't know if they have it there, I'll pay for it. There's a Taiwanese restaurant by my place. I don't know how good they are. They have kind of mediocre reviews. And they don't have bento boxes. They have a lunch special, but it doesn't say what it includes. Oh, you know what I do have? I have Magnolia banana pudding, which is not that great anymore, but it's in my fridge. I should eat that. I bought it. What the fuck are Hakka noodles? Hmm. What a whirlwind of a day for BBBY. What did it do? I know it went up earlier, which was cool. Am I gonna get assigned? No. I sold 66 covered calls. I better not get fucking assigned. I'll be pissed. But you've never had Hakka food before? No. Distinct distinct cuisine is fusion of Chinese and Indian food. Interesting. Order a bagel, eat it on stream while shilling specs. I feel like there's a place you could go to get that particular kink filled, Herva. I bought 65 of them. Thanks, Double Down. I kind of want dim sum, but I want to go there and eat it. I don't want to. I don't want to. It always gets so gross when they deliver it. They put it in a little box and it gets all steamy. Maybe I'll just get this like weird protein bowl thing. What the fuck is in this? beets with mixed greens, honey goat cheese, walnuts, pumpkin seed, and a balsamic reduction with avocado and a grain. What the fuck is a grain blend? I'm not gonna eat that. It's disgusting. Any good Philly cheesesteaks in New York? There's a couple places that are okay. Their Bed Bath CCs are 90% up. Why not just cover them? Why cover them is a better question. Sounds like durable food. Hot Cheeto crusted mushroom burger. Gross. Eat something healthy. I usually do. Like last night for dinner, I had a lobster tail, um, with like five spice. Have you guys ever had five spice? It's good. Had like a five spice lobster tail with quinoa and broccoli. Kofta? Yeah, like Chinese five spice. I made it myself. When are you buying most of your position for June? A week or so? Not today. I'll tell you that much. Girk not being pretentious about food challenge. Impossible. I don't like pad thai. It's just not very good. I wouldn't trust lobster in the Midwest. That's fair. I mean, you can get lobster tail from like Costco or something. I do go to the fish market to buy it, but then you gotta kill them, you know, which people don't like to do. You cook the lobster yourself. Seems like a lot of work. You just fucking boil the fucker. It's not that hard. Drop it in a pot. You make some lobster rolls with the rest. It's good. You murderer killing live animals. Would you prefer that I eat them alive? Yes. It's ridiculous. CNS ups or downs today? I don't know. We'll find out. Internalization went up after the meeting, but only a little bit. It's not like excessive or anything. Think about buying 617 125 GME put before close today. Seems like big money's on that side. Your thoughts? I really don't like tracking big money that much, but I can't disagree with the analysis, JD. So just gonna keep going up into OPEX. The stock price is just gonna climb fucking $11 a day until OPEX, and then we're just gonna fall off a cliff. Like November. That's on BBY 12C July 15s. Eh. No, it doesn't look like they're covering now. They're not closing any puts, right? If we start seeing them close puts on XRT, then we have something to worry about. Ooh, you know what I really want? I want a Thai tea. Hmm. Can I get both? Oh. Boba? Yeah, they're super good. I love boba. Pad CU. Too sweet. I don't want anything sweet. Brainerd Hawkish? Of course. Meatball shop? I don't want to just eat meatballs. Maybe I will get tacos. Kitchen sink, mixed salad. Oh, I've never been there. Is it any good? I don't usually trust like meatballs at restaurants. They usually suck. No, I'm not doing chicken parm again. Adabada. There's a place by me that has really good burrito tacos. Yeah. So I'm clear of expectations. Dumpy's next week. Pumpy's OPEX week. I don't know. We're already moving up. I would like to see dumpies next week so I can buy calls cheap. Fuck. Meatballs are always good. I prefer the kitchen sink. Good mix of greens and meat. Healthier and definitely good. Interesting. I know there's one not far from me. Why is Visa on the screen? Because I'm trading it. Did you close your puts? No. Didn't I think BBBY is up today. It's just not up as much as you want it to be? No, it's just down. Interesting. I thought it was up. It was up this morning. Yep, very, very, very much under control of the price of BBBY. Anybody mentioned that CERN buyout approved and set to close next week? I heard. I'm probably gonna hold them through next week. AM. Even if I lose the premium, they protect my downside, which is more important to me. Why are we up again? Because no one's really pushing us down. Daily looks like a bull flag on GMA. That's not really a thing on the daily, but bull flags are a short term, like a 1 5 minute signal. They're still buying puts, but they're not having any effect on the price because they're out of the money. Read my Ko-Fi. Oh. While I strive not to surpass Han as the #1 donator, I do suggest you check your DMs, as I have something special for you. Oh, that's a whole 2 p.m. beer right there. Oh, Darth. Did you FTD the Cena song? I didn't think Gaff deserved a bonus today, frankly. He's trying to get me to eat meatballs. He said nothing about Kava. He knows the things he has to mention on the stream in order to get his bonus. He has to talk about Kava. He has to talk about MOASS not happening. And he has to at least mention CNS twice. I've read the contract. Now he's trying to get some sort of new offer from this meatball place, and I just don't understand. It's confusing me. $6.17 Kennel Nam, and July 15th. So June 17th and July 15th are the majority of them. Remember that one time you fed me IKEA meatballs when we were in Switzerland? Good times. No, I was pretty drunk. I do know that you like to gobble up some balls, Carl. So I'm not surprised that that happened. What was the result? Is the split happening? No. No split. They said after the charter's updated, they're gonna discuss the potential for a split. You liked it back then too. People change, Carl. Hey, so you said something seemingly profound a few minutes ago about raising prices into OPEX and then dropping it. I went back and listened to it at 1.5 speed and was unsure if you're serious or not. I mean, they did it in November. I'd appreciate some transparency on your lack of enthusiasm breaking 135. Kind of sus. I mean, I have October calls. They're up. I'm stoked. I have June puts. They're down. That sucks. I want to buy calls cheap. I don't want to buy calls at 135. So, there you go. So my overall feelings towards the stock are kind of like the shareholders meeting, you know. I'm not indecisive. There's just multiple possibilities that are present at the moment, and we haven't really picked a direction. I will make moves when a direction seems more certain. Currently, there isn't a lot of certainty. Decision about the split, would it have to do more with the current share price or more about expansion investment of the tech team being able to give new higher shares? I mean, they can give new higher shares already. They just increased the float to 1 billion shares. Price action volume today might be institutional longs loading up for split NFT marketplace announcements. Not a lot of in the money calls. Not a lot of buy volume. So I don't think so. I'm not stressed. I'm hungry. Very hungry. But I don't know what to order. You're still thinking rug pull? Not like rug pull, but like slow bleed down into their puts. I think there'll be one more death cross on the MACD daily before the vote. I mean, usually, yeah. This opportunity is only going to happen once a year. What are you talking about? It happens every quarter. Do you think they're waiting out all the 6-3 options? Yeah, I do. People are still buying weeklies right now. No, I still have my 120p. I dumped the 130s when we were moving up because I didn't want to lose money on those. But I still have the 120s and 125s. And then I have 100 and 110 October calls. And none of our price action today is really volatile enough for me to feel super comfortable like scalping like 1 DTEs. I tried and then we got rejected. I don't think I'm going to do it again. Ah. Is my 135 CSP safe? I mean, you're still in the money. How did they tank the price on OPEX? If they close out all the puts before then, they haven't been. There's no indication that they're closing the puts on XRT early. At least there wasn't last night. I mean, I'll check today and see if they were closing out puts on XRT, but I doubt it. I want to give a huge apology to our favorite shill. We thought we could make those June puts profitable for you. We'll try harder, but these DRS apes really screw our liquidity. Keep up the good work, encouraging folks to buy out of the money options. Thanks, BNY Melon. I scalped 500 on the shareholder FOMO. I grabbed a couple like 130s this morning that printed. How was the meeting today? It says it already happened. It did. It was not very exceptional. You say that, but it's been lower in the last couple weeks than it is today. Glow stick. Max pain is 111. No way we get that low by tomorrow. Why? We've lost $30 in a day before. Don't be arrogant. Now is not the time for arrogance. Did RC change earnings again? This is natural price action. Shorts have reached their limit on the obligations they can have based on their entropy agreements. Source, trust me, bro. Thanks, Win Food Stamps. Is their put range still between 80 110, or has that changed? They have puts all the way from 135 down. The concentration of puts is still between 110 and 180 and 80. But they have puts at 135 that they started buying today. They have 130s, they have 120s, they have 110s. 125 is a little weak, but they have some there. They have them at 100, 90, and 80. They have some further down, but I can't imagine they're going to keep those much longer. Imagine if all the dearest people bought 100 shares each. The liquidity problem would be insane. Yeah. We're up $20 on our intraday low, on negative options flow, and a cricket shareholder meeting. I know. I don't think we're up 20, are we? What was our low this morning? Oh yeah, we hit 115 at open. Jesus. Okay, so tacos? I'm gonna get tacos. Their puts are for 617 and 715. I don't fucking get it. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. It doesn't make a lot of sense, right? I'm not getting curry. What's your price range, IV, to start buying calls? I either want to see IV drop near 100, or I want to see the price sub 100. Yeah, well, there's a place next to me that has okay tacos. Like, they're pretty good. But there's no good burritos. I've never had a good burrito in New York City ever. Did you go over OPEX and what can I expect between now and the OPEX date? What do you want me to cover regarding OPEX? Pickle me, Elmo. Ooh. Hold on. Someone's like buying some stock, right? 38,000, 40, 20, 20, 40, 50, 37, 56, 54. It's not a lot of our volume, but it's there. Hold on one second. Hmm. Sold calls are increasing. 1.4 million sold calls now. Maybe Rentec? Maybe. It's not a lot, but it's like probably 500,000 over the day. Options delta volumes dropped a little bit, 6%. Curious. On what though? What's the bull case there? Isn't this situation just like Jan? They can't directly short. They got huge puts. If they get blown up by huge buy-ins, these puts will get sold off, and the price can rise like crazy. In January, you were seeing put selling is what started it all, not put buying. So it was lots of like credit positive put selling, which led to massive call buying. The changes in price, are we going to go up and crash after OPEX, or we descend until OPEX? Looking to buy more shares. I don't know. I mean, we really need to wait for these options at the end of the week to fall off the chain, probably, before we get any real idea of direction. We're up 10% on the day, but there's not a lot of delta to hedge there. So I don't think it's going to create too much positive price action going into tomorrow. And I think we have way too much like bullish call volume on the short term to really determine how big of an effect all that negative delta is going to have on the price going into next week. It's not Pulte. It's too much. No, they said they're not. They said they're not going to even discuss the split until after the corporate charter is updated, which they said takes several days. No, I'm like actually getting tacos. Probably uh birria and mahi mahi, I think. I mean, get some like beans or something. Wasn't Dalio getting into? No. They bought like 4,000 shares. It's nothing. It's like a trading desk, right? It's not like the firm's taking a position. I don't know if you saw this since you've been looking at the volume, but there's a thing going on right now where Darth wants you to get Curry, but I'm not gonna. I'm just like I see what he's writing. I'm just not paying attention to it. I heard the corporate charter can be expedited with $1,000 fee. Don't quote me on that. What do you like tacos from in New York City? Well, I'm not gonna say because I don't want to dox my neighborhood. New York tacos seem like sawdust from Taco Bell. No, they're actually really good. Los Tacos is good, but they're not very close to me. I feel like it's pronounced Barria. but I don't know. Do you roll the R? Is it Berea? Or someone who's Spanish tell me. Roll the R? That's what I thought. If any place here had good pastor, oh, I would eat that shit all the time. But they don't. The pastor here is fucking terrible. Try flautas? Why do you live like that? Because there's other good stuff here. Is that 4,000? No. Oh, that's that is not the GME price prediction for tomorrow. What taquitos came from? They're fried and delicious. I know what flautas are, but I can't think of anywhere around here that has them. Has anybody ever had chingalingus? Just a big taquito? I know. Thought this was a PG-13 stream. Gross. No, it's not. I've had mofongo and I don't like it. Do you have a Persian friend that sells rugs? No, I didn't turn the volume down. At all. I don't know why it's so quiet, actually. Maybe I need to get really close to the microphone. Is that better? More of that. Just came back since the investor meeting. What did I miss? Why are we not down? No one wants the price to go down. GameStop going to 100 tomorrow. Start selling calls to morons if you want to make money. Thanks, stock market boy. Your bearishness really keeping things in check in here. Retail weeklies selling off before close or tomorrow at close? I mean, they're in the money. Why are they going to sell them? Channel reviews, channel idea, taco reviews. When will you stream a Love is Blind reaction video? What's that? Isn't OI down on 617 120 puts? It wasn't last night. And then it doesn't update again until tonight. So all the things that like track live OI are never accurate. It looks like 120 weeklies have fallen off, right? But the 617 ones aren't down. Can you picture a scenario in which we don't go down from here before 617? Yeah. That's why I haven't sold any covered calls. If I was 100% sure that we were going to go down, I would have sold covered calls already. Remember, the longs are still in control of the chain. Until they lose control of it, it's up to them. Please elaborate on the scenario where we don't dip. We get even more call buying, but further dated and institutional. Oh, I don't use their OI updates because those are just estimates. I just look there for flow. And when I'm looking at flow, I'm mostly looking at like what strikes have a lot of interest, more so than I am looking at, you know, increasing OI or decreasing OI. If they do update the OI though, if you wait until tonight, it'll update. Whoa, whoa, whoa. When you say I think this is gonna happen, you don't know it with 100% certainty? Of course not. Is your mind blown? $3,471 OI and 136.3 calls. Yeah, there's a lot. There's still puts there, Yusuf. Wait for calls or buy this week. I'm gonna wait. I mean, I'm definitely not buying right now. OI is still too high. So if we rise into OPEX, then it would be ouchie down downs like last Friday. Or last Freg's Day. It could, yeah. If they start covering in advance, it's not good. Don't forget, I mean, that drop in November took a lot more than just them covering in advance, right? Like they bled off their liability in advance, but they still slammed the fucking price with everything they had. All you guys asking if he is buying calls, he already said he's waiting for sub $100 and or lower IV. Yeah. Have you ever made mole yourself? I tried once. It didn't turn out well. I've had some really good moles. Check DMs. What do you got for me, Dan, for hire? Ooh. Give me buy, put 280, 280, 280. When are these coming in? These were at like noon. These are hours ago. Some ask side monthlies at 200. $280 in the money puts. I mean, the notional is only like 100 grand though, right? And this just one. This is like 4, 5, 6, 7 contracts. That's not significant. The floor orders are interesting. The 60, the 50, the 55, the 30, and the 25. But those are usually just to capture like the spread, right? 4.29 million. $60, 617. Interesting. No way they spent 100 million in puts not to short us into it. They've never not shorted us into it before. With the high bar rate, is there anything to slam the price down? Yeah, I mean, they don't need to borrow shares from the brokerages. They can still get them from the ETFs. They are getting overextended, though, which is interesting. Yeah, you just sell off some of your massive BTC holdings. Like, I'm out of BTC right now. It's like a 3% dip on the 0 DTEs. With negative 300 million cash flow last quarter, do you think another share offering will happen soon? Well, they said they rounded out their, whatever they were blowing money on. So, well, not blowing, but spending money on, right? So we should expect that to drop next quarter. Revenue was up, though, so profits weren't. 37,000 puts versus 700 calls for the day. Is that normal? That's a lot. That's a lot of puts on XRT. What was the early November spike about? It was on the ETF FTD day. So the day before that spike happened, or the market closed the night before, BBBY announced their share buyback, and the next morning they covered FTDs on the whole basket all at once. Yeah, I'll stream BBBY earnings. I don't know when they are though. If this is retail calls, tomorrow's price will drop. Retail doesn't have so much money to exercise. A lot of it's retail calls. SG&A is 45 million versus like 40 million. If they reduced that due to wrapping up transformation, they would have had positive EPS. Glass half full version. Yeah, that's true. If they really are done, and we're not going to see as much money spent in the next quarter, we could see much better earnings for Q2. We're seeing FOMO for OPEX. We usually don't. CDMs. Buy 300 put to open. Buy 280 put to open. June 17. 1 million in premium. Fuck. 327. Oh, keeping us under 135. See, that's my point though, is like they're not pushing hard, right? OG. So like they'll buy those deep in the money puts here to protect their like put wall, because they've been erecting another one at 135, right? But they're not just buying them nonstop, right? And like usually Usually once they get that out of the money position set up, they just start buying in the money puts until the price starts to go way down, right? Like they spend a shitload of money on them, 20, 30, 40 million. And we're seeing them suppress the breakouts, but we're not seeing them like just go nuts on in the money put buying. They're kind of just letting the price action do what it wants within a range, right? Like the other day when we moved up to like 148 and they just kind of bonked it down with those 300 strike puts. It's unusual for them not to just keep pushing once they do that. Yeah, they just bonked it. Like the second we hit 148 and they sold their or they bought back their sold puts on that fucking spread they had, they just bonked the price down. They just dumped that capital into like I think it was like 200 or 280s for like January. I mean, they're not unable to short as hard though. They could be afraid of blowing up their put position. That's possible. Waiting for the market to aid them in the sinking price. Maybe more expensive for them to push hard in the middle of a relief rally. It is. And I understand that, but they are letting some of their puts slide out of the money, right? Like they're not fighting for those 120s, 125s. They fought for the 135s today. And so, you know, they're still exerting some level of control. But not a lot, right? Like it's like they're just waiting for retail FOMO to drive up and we're going to slide the price down for them by selling out of those 6-3 calls. Could be funds or big players buying small amounts, trying to. No, because there's big orders in the call side. But there a lot of them, I mean, like the ones I'm seeing are like deep in the money and they look like arbitrage plays. And I think that's a lot of the like volatile upside we're seeing here is we're seeing these like arbitrage plays where they're buying like a shitload like here, like a shitload of deep in the money calls and then just selling them for the spread. And we haven't really seen that happen since last June. Like not in any significant numbers. They do it a little bit on every run. Like we'll see a lot of deep in the money call buying, but not this much. This is quite a bit of deep in the money call buying and then selling. Wasn't that after hours spike at earnings and then the big dip arbitrage exercise and dump? That's what it looked like, yeah. A bunch of like 100 call OI was closed out on the chain. And then we see relatively the same amount of volume on the stock over the next like 30 minutes. Any sign of entropy, or does that come with the dooms? The dooms get bought when the IV spikes. So those are part of the replicating basket for the volatility hedge. So you'll see the OI on those go up when volatility spikes hard. Isn't there a current method you were describing exactly how you would play it? It is, but I don't like the level of confidence they have in the way they're playing it. It makes me afraid of even greater downside than we're seeing. Or than we're expecting. Or they're using this opportunity to like enter swaps. I don't know. Some things I didn't like about today, seeing shares returned this morning, like 100,000 shares back in IBKR. No, I don't like downside. I have a fuck ton of shares. I don't want downside, whether I'm hedged for it or not. I'm prepared for it. I'll take it in stride and try to take advantage of it. You say that they short as hard as they want, but the places we have visible are out of shares. All of the places that you have visibility over, all of the lending pool isn't institutional. You can only see retail brokerage lending, which rules out the largest institutional shareholders of GameStop, right? Which are BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street. All of whom are lending shares separate from the pool that Ortex has visibility into. You'll load spy puts tomorrow for big leverage. Oof. I would have waited for the test. I'm not worried. It's just weird. I don't trust it. Nice volume on BBBY. And the excessive borrowing that we see from retail brokerages looks like a different positional tactic. Like, I would say that the increase in borrow rate more likely driven by some other fund trying to short GameStop than it is driven by the people who manipulate it through ETFs. It's not the same strategy, right? But it doesn't matter. They still have to cover when they roll those puts either way, right? So, the answer to that, the answer to inescapable risk in a situation like that is to just cover immediately, right? If you know you're trapped, then you don't fucking hang out and wait. Have you ever seen primes cover like like a high risk position? They just cover. They don't give a shit. They close out the risk immediately. How big downside next week? We'll see. The concentration still seems to be in that like 110 to $90 range, right? That's where the concentration of their puts is. And historically, they have driven the price below their puts. However, briefly, back in last February, post earnings, their hedge went all the way down to 80. They drove the price down to 75. This time their hedge goes down to 60. That seems hard to pull off. Like, and they only stayed at 75 for a brief period, right? Even dropping the price below 80 and after hours is going to see buying come in. Any way to estimate the volume we would see around OPEC settlement? No, because we don't know how much they need to roll forward to maintain their position. They don't have to close all of the puts, right? Just some. Like in March, they closed about 50% of them. closed and rolled about 50% of them. I saw the 1K July 17 60C bought at 4.3. XRT is not spent though. They're still using it. What I'm wondering is if they overextended themselves when the certainty of a market crash appeared, right? Like, I wonder if they overextended these like big put positions here back in early May when we started to move down into this like 380 range. I wonder if they got a little too greedy. Netflix is dead, bro. Spy still hasn't broken the 41860. What's the point of those 60Cs? Usually they're an arbitrage play. Usually they're sold as soon as they're bought. But they can also be used to enter a long position. We have to see if the OI is still there at market close. Generally, they're either bought and exercised immediately, or they're bought and sold immediately. My TV and Weeble are very slow to update. No, the market's not broken. So they managed to keep us under like 135 today, but still above their 130 puts. And what's the weirdest thing about this is like this morning we outperformed the SPY, and then into close we underperformed it, right? So you're going to assume from this breakout point where they bought those in the money puts to now, they've suppressed active fund flow. Definitely, the SPY is definitely helping us. But it's not 100% of what's going on here, right? It does present buy pressure. I think the longs know something about the shorts that the longs aren't supposed to know. I still remember vividly when they built that $50 million gamma ramp. That was do it, I dare you moment. Yeah. It was more than $50 million. But check your DMs, Riku. If you send me another video, I don't want to watch videos. Don't send me videos. Send them to the chat where I can watch them later. I have to like do things, I have to like mute the audio. It's a pain in the ass. It's almost like GME price action is just normalizing most of the trading days. Aberrant bumps in the movement add some volatility spikes and dips, but generally there's nothing left in this. I mean, you can say that, but we're up $20 from our low today. It's kind of ignoring the bigger picture, Gav. Tough luck. All right, well, I tried. ATP just died. What do you mean died? That's okay. The market's closed. Pray for Girk's puts. I don't care about my puts. They weren't that much money. All right. Well, that's it. That's the whole day. Pretty constant rise. They didn't do anything to suppress the price until like 3:30. And even then, very little to stop the price action. Just kind of kept us from breaking out in line with the SPY into the end of the day. Today was, I mean, it wasn't lame. I mean, it's cool. We're up 10%, but definitely weird price action. Still a lot of call buying, you know, but short term. We did see some in the money calls come in, which is interesting. And we do see negative delta, that negative net delta rising into the end of the day. 1.5 million calls sold, 1.2 million calls bought. So, you know, relatively the same there. Puts sold and bought, a little higher on the put side. Most of these were June 3rds, as you can see here. Lots of June 3rds, 130 and 135, just kind of ditched. 88% of today's volume was option delta volume. Yeah, that's about it. Little update. Ooh, little update here. I didn't refresh. Okay, so yeah, going past 330. This is where we see them slam the price with those in the money puts right here. See that little spike in positive delta? As soon as the delta went positive, they hit it with those in the money puts. No, CNS is back here at like 310. Delta was negative post CNS. Negative net delta rising, good or bad? I mean, it's bullish, but it's like short-term bullish. Shorts could be over leveraged, but I have a feeling the longs have way more information than they should. That's possible. And we talk about it every day. Yeah, Microsoft had negative guidance this morning, yet ended up 0.79%. Yeah. Check out QQQQ gap up. I don't see a gap up here. So open tomorrow, 420.69. No, I don't think so. I mean, I'll pay attention to after hours, but I don't think we're going to see a lot happen. After hours volume already looks super fucking low, so. Showing on mine on the 5-minute. I assume here? I mean, it looks like it normalized. Give it like 5 minutes or 15 minutes, see if it changes, man. If it doesn't, DM me, let me know. $134.62. Yeah. But still below those 135 puts. What time was the shareholders meeting? It started at 11 Eastern. Yeah, it's time for me to eat. I'm starving. GameStop broke its 8 consecutive quarter streak of what? You know, the last earnings we closed up the day after earnings, right? We weren't up a lot, but we did close up. I think in August too, didn't we? Didn't we move back up after earnings in August? Or not August, September? My 2 Amazon puts turn into 40 Amazon puts tomorrow. No problem, guys. I'll probably be streaming next quarter's earnings at this rate. People have short memories. There's been several times where we've closed green the day after earnings. Yeah, not several, but a couple. Thanks, guys, for tuning in and hanging out all day. I appreciate it. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. We'll see what happens with this. We'll see if the which side gives up first. The possibility is there, Disney Jedi. Thanks, guys. I'll see you in the morning. Have a good one.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Rico!
Sit, Krian. Sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.